want to call this meeting to order of the March 6, 2020. Right. I want to call to order this March 4th, 2020 meeting of the Arcata City Council. We had two closed session items. On one of them, we are going to work with the city attorney to clean up some items on the title to make it available for sale. And could I have a roll call, please? Here.
Vice Mayor Pitino.
Here.
Councilmember Watson.
Here.
Councilmember Ornelas.
Here.
Councilmember Pereira.
Here.
All present.
All right, next we're going to have a Pledge of Allegiance led by the troops of the Redwood Service Unit, Girl Scouts of Northern California. So please rise if you choose.
Please remove all hats and headgear. Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Right. Next is Ceremonial Matters, and first is Certificate of Appreciation for Ed Cushing for his 21 years of service to the city of Arcata, to be made by Councilmember Ornelas.
This is a certificate of appreciation for Ed Cushing for his 21 years of service to the city of Arcata. Whereas the city of Arcata hired Ed Cushing in 1999 as a maintenance worker for parks and facilities, promoted him to senior maintenance worker in 2001, and promoted him to crew leader in 2002. During that time, Ed worked diligently to care for and improve all of Arcata's many buildings, including City Hall, Arcata Community Center, D Street Neighborhood Center, Intermodal Transit Facility, Arcata Marsh Interpretive Center, Redwood Lodge and Lounge, Judo Hut, and the library, as well as the city's 29 neighborhood, community, and linear parks and special use areas. And whereas Ed is known to care for facilities that serve all ages, from our seniors to our youngest clients. And whereas Ed has a reputation with coworkers, facility users, and public for providing excellent service and being a great guy who is easy to work with and always ready to lend a hand. And whereas Ed worked throughout the city and pitched in on numerous weekends and holidays to make Arcata the wonderful place that it is. And whereas Ed was always able to remind us he is living the dream or dreaming of the living, depending on the day. And whereas Ed could also find humor in most situations, including nicknaming the loo as Lucifer, and while training all staff on the technical requirements of unclogged sinks and toilets throughout the city, including knowing when to call in the utility crew. Whereas the city and the community have benefited because of Ed's commitment and service to the city. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Arcata hereby expresses its appreciation to Ed Cushing for serving the people of Arcata for 21 years. We wish him all the best and commemorate his retirement on March 27th, 2020. Dated today, March 4th, 2020, and signed by Mayor Michael Winkler. And Ed?
I'd just like to say thank you. Thanks for building a community center so I could get hired. Yeah. It worked out well. I worked with good people. I worked with a great crew. So it wasn't all me. It was them mostly. Thanks.
Thank you, Ed.
Next is proclamation in recognition of Girl Scout Week, March 8th through 14th, to be read by Councilmember Pereira.
Whereas March 12th, 2020 marks the 108th anniversary of Girl Scouts of the USA, founded by Juliette Gordon Lowe of Savannah, Georgia in 1912. And whereas through Girl Scouting, girls grow strong, gain self-confidence and leadership skills, and learn the lifelong lesson of contributing to their communities. And whereas this year, more than 3.8 million Girl Scouts nationwide, and over 35,000 of these are in the Girl Scouts of Northern California, celebrates 108 years of this American tradition. They look to the 50 million women who are former Girl Scouts as living proof of the impact of this amazing movement. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Arcata hereby designates the week of March 8th through 14th, 2020 as a Girl Scout Week and applauds Girl Scouting's commitment to developing the leadership skills of America's girls. And I'd like to invite up Cheryl Kingham and Redwood Service Unit troops of Girl Scouts of Northern California.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I'm honored to represent our local Redwood area Girl Scouts. I'm the Service Unit Director and Leader Support Manager for the 14 active troops in Arcata, McKinleyville, and Trinidad, serving over 150 girls. Our omnipresent cookie booths in front of stores since February 10th is a reminder of that our community has a Girl Scout program that's alive and well here in Humboldt. And once again, our Girl Scout average per girl sales is higher than the wealthier urban Bay Area, 219 boxes per girl in Humboldt, only 180 in the Bay Area. This demonstrates our caring community as the girls are still working to sell the 71,000 boxes shipped to Humboldt. So I would also like to note that all donations for Care to Share boxes, these stay in Humboldt for the local food banks and our Coast Guard stations. This is the 103rd anniversary of Girl Scouts, the 108th year we've sold cookies. And I want to just share why the cookie sale is so important. Obviously, it raises money, needed funds for the girls for their activities, and it provides financial support to the council that provides us a lot of different opportunities. $3.90 out of the $5 of each box of Thin Mints stays in Northern California. The troops themselves earn 75 to 95 cents, and that helps that specific troop. But there's more important goals with this cookie program. The beloved tradition helps girls in goal setting, decision making, developing interpersonal skills, and developing confidence. Being here tonight, it gives me a chance to also acknowledge the fact that our older girl program is still very active. While we have many adorable brownies and daisies, which you can see ample evidence here, 7 of our 14 troops serve middle school or high school girls. That's a higher than average statistic. They camp, they kayak, they climb rock walls, hike, do service projects for veterans, seniors, animal shelters, and various other community members. So they're learning to contribute to society, just like many Girl Scouts who became astronauts, senators, secretaries of state, and yes, all 3 female secretaries of state of the United States government were Girl Scouts, congressional representatives, council members, and corporate executives. My own troop has 15 girls, all of them in high school. I have girls in NPA, Arcata High School, McKinleyville High School, Laurel Tree, and Eureka High School. I have proudly told you about gold awards in the past earned by local Humboldt girls. That's an award seldom recognized or as familiar to the general public as the Eagle is for Boy Scouts. I'm pleased to introduce 2 Girl Scouts currently working on gold awards. Behind me, you have Sky, a senior at Arcata High School. She is working to raise awareness of human trafficking and domestic violence issues among her peers and in the middle schools. And Lacey from McKinleyville High School is working to provide ADA access to a historic building in McKinleyville. So the next time you think about Girl Scouts, please don't think all we do is sell cookies. When you buy the Thin Mints or tag-alongs, you know that you are helping to support the most successful leadership and empowerment program for girls and young women, and you're also helping your wider community. So thank you very much for this acknowledgement, and I believe a couple of the girls have some gifts for the council members.
Thank you. All right. Next, our proclamation in recognition of World Rotaract Week, March 9th through 15th, 2020, and proclamation in recognition of Sunshine Week, March 15th through 21st, to be read by Councilmember Watson.
Whereas Rotaract is a Rotary-affiliated group of young adults whose service efforts begin at the local grassroots level, with members addressing their community's physical and social needs while promoting international understanding and peace through the framework of friendship and service. And whereas Rotaract originally began as a Rotary International youth program in 1968 with the simple mission of service above self, and has since grown into a major Rotary-sponsored service organization of over 10,000 clubs and 250,000 members worldwide. And whereas members of both North Bay Rotaract and Lost Coast Rotaract support local and international communities by volunteering time and fundraising for programs such as Rotoplast, Inspire One, Raven Project, Adopt a Highway, Big Brothers Big Sisters, and many other community support programs. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Arcata hereby proclaims the week of March 9th through 15th, 2020 as World Rotaract Week in the City of Arcata, and thanks North Bay Rotaract and Lost Coast Rotaract for their contributions to the community. Signed today, March 4th, by Mayor Michael Winkler, and accepting we have Sarah Schaefer.
Thank you, everybody. We just wanted to add a couple things and just say that we are happy to be here, and thank you to Mayor Winkler and the rest of the council members for recognizing Rotaract in our community. Humboldt County has 2 Rotaract clubs sponsored in Arcata by the Club of Arcata Noon and Arcata Sunrise. That's North Bay Rotaract. And then also in Eureka, sponsored by the Rotary Club of Eureka, Lost Coast Rotaract, where myself, I'm the president, and Marina here is our president-elect. So thank you very much for having us, and enjoy.
You want to announce it? The next one?
Oh, you did. Yes, I did.
Next we have Sunshine Week. Whereas Sunshine Week is a national, nonpartisan initiative to start a dialogue on the importance of open government and the freedom of information. And whereas an open government is vital to establishing and maintaining the people's trust in their government and in the government's ability to serve the people effectively. The free flow of information keeps government processes honest and robust. Sunshine Week empowers people to play an active role in their government at all levels and strengthens their access to information that makes their lives better and their community stronger. And whereas the League of Women Voters of Humboldt County supports the goals of Sunshine Week, the League provides our residents with nonpartisan education through public forums, publications, and presentations, assists with voter registration, and encourages participation in government. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Arcata hereby names March 15th through 21st, 2020 Sunshine Week, and encourages all residents to educate themselves about government processes that affect their lives. Dated today, March 4th, and signed by Mayor Michael Winkler. Accepting we have Julie Kelly.
Thank you, Mayor Winkler and council members. That's exactly League of Women Voters' focus is education and educating yourself about your own vote. So whether it's Voter Edge or watching the forums and getting out there and casting your vote like you did yesterday. So thank you very much and have a great one.
Next is proclamation recognizing March 2020 as Brain Injury Awareness Month, and that will be read by Vice Mayor Pitino.
This proclamation from the City of Arcata recognizing March 2020 as Brain Injury Awareness Month. Whereas blows to the head, concussions, traumatic brain injuries, and brain injuries from strokes, Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease, epilepsy, dementia, and psychological trauma occur every few seconds in the U.S. And whereas brain injuries can happen to anyone and are most often caused by vehicular accidents, car wrecks, falls, recreational activities, war injuries, assaults, strokes, diseases, and various medical conditions. And whereas Making Headway Center for Brain Injury Recovery is a local nonprofit agency dedicated to preventing brain injury, providing mental health services for the community, as well as opportunities for self-determination and self-sufficiency to people living with brain injuries. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council, City of Arcata, hereby recognizes March 2020 to be Brain Injury Awareness Month and recognizes Making Headway Center for Brain Injury Recovery for its important work in our community. Dated today, March 4th, 2020, and signed by Mayor Michael Winkler. And I'm looking for Jeffrey Smaller and Ronell Nicholson. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm really honored to have the president of our board and one of our co-founders, President Ronell Nicholson, right here. We're all things brain, and we just added therapy. And this is very important because recent science has actually proven that feelings are real. It's for real. We can actually photograph them. They change our chemistry. We are now open to the public for a variety of different types of therapy on sliding scales and other forms. We're really proud of that. It's going to probably double the amount of people that we can help per month. And we're now in our 21st year. So thank you very much for the recognition.
There are no reports by commissions and committees. So next.
We have the March for Meals Month.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right. So next is the proclamation in recognition of March for Meals, March 2020, to be read by Councilmember Ornelas.
This is a proclamation in recognition of March for Meals Month, March 2020. Whereas on March 22nd, 1972, President Richard Nixon signed into law a measure that amended the Older Americans Act of 1965 and established a national nutrition program for seniors 60 years and older. And whereas, through this program, the Humboldt Senior Resource Center has served the Arcata community admirably for 45 years. The center provides nutritious meals to seniors that help to maintain their health and independence, avoid unnecessary hospitalizations and/or premature institutionalization, and provides a powerful socialization opportunity for hundreds of seniors to help combat loneliness and isolation. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Arcata that March 2020 is March for Meals Month. The Council urges all residents to honor the foundations, service organizations, businesses, and individuals who support our senior nutrition programs, as well as the seniors they serve. And it's signed by Mayor Michael Winkler, dated today. And is Tasha Romo here?
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me, and thank you for the proclamation. Our work that Humboldt Senior Resource Center does in this community wouldn't be possible without the folks sitting in this room. Far beyond what Humboldt Senior Resource Center can accomplish, we accomplish with you, with the support from the City of Arcata, with the building in which we are housed here, and the tireless I'm a little distracted because Ed was here and he was my first welcome to the city of Arcata. I started here 7 years ago with Humboldt Senior Resource Center as the dining center coordinator in Arcata. So I got to spend a lot of time with him. And when I think of the value of the partnership with the city of Arcata, his face comes to mind for me because, as does Brett's and many of the faces in this room, I guess, but it's amazing the support that we receive from you. It's unmatched in any other program I've seen, and we're so grateful for that. In 2013, we had to make some significant cuts to our program, cutting back service days from 5 days to 4 days, which was a difficult decision for us, but really required to continue to operate our program. And with the support of the city and direction from our board, we're so excited to share that starting in February of this year, we've returned to 5 service days at our dining center, as well as return to 5 days of home delivered meal deliveries, which is really the heart of the March for Meals program. And a couple of facts I wanted to share with you. I actually did bring some fact sheets I'd love to share with you guys at the end. But Humboldt Senior Resource Center's nutrition program last year served nearly 63,800 meals in our community, ranging from Fortuna to McKinleyville. And nearly 21,000 of those were served right here in the Arcata and McKinleyville communities between our home delivered meal program and our dining center. And we call our program more than just a meal, although we really value the nutrition that we provide to people. The socialization that they receive in our dining centers is so valuable in combating isolation and senior loneliness, which we all are hearing more and more about the detriment to the health that really is. I wanted to share just a very brief, quick thank you again for the proclamation and for the time that you guys have spent working with us, meeting with us, supporting our program, and most of all, supporting the seniors in our community, because truly we wouldn't be here without this group in this room right now, and we're so grateful for that. Thank you. And can I give these to you? One more thing. Many of you have had the opportunity to come to our dining room or to ride along on a home delivered meal route. For those of you that haven't or have but would like to, again, I've attached my business card, and I would love for you to make contact with me if over the month of March you would like to join us on a ride along for a home delivered meal route or join us in our dining room. We would love to, A, show you more of what we do, and B, continue to thank you for your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is early oral communications. This 15-minute time period is provided for people to address the council on matters not on the agenda. At the conclusion of all oral communications, the council may respond to statements. Any request that requires council action will be set by the council for a future agenda or referred to staff. Speakers addressing the council at this time will be limited to 2 minutes. All other oral and written communications will be heard at this meeting under agenda item 11. So if anybody would like to address an item that's not on the agenda, please come forward.
I'd like to acknowledge that we're on stolen Wiyot land. We are here because we have read the 67-page National Police Foundation report on the homicide of David Josiah Lawson. That is, we read the report released by the City of Arcata 2 weeks ago, not the original report, as the city was able to redact any information they saw fit before releasing to the public. This report tells us what we already knew, that the Arcata Police Foundation or the police department responded inadequately the night of DJ's murder, that they mishandled crucial evidence, including the murder weapon, and also failed to adequately interview not only witnesses, but accomplices to the homicide. As stated on page 34 of the National Police Foundation report, minimal attempts were made to detain or identify parties that have been involved in the altercation or who have witnessed the incident. Key witnesses and potential suspects were allowed to leave the scene or communicate with one another. On page 5 of the report reads, Many of the basic tenets of crime scene security and management were not followed in this case. The nature of the incident and the limited APD resources available illustrated the need for a comprehensive regional multi-agency response protocol. However, such a plan was not in place, leaving the department ill-equipped to handle the scene and investigation on its own. Furthermore, on page 30 reads, "The detective sergeant did not visit the crime scene in the hours after the incident, nor did he view any of the digital photographs prior to conducting interviews, including his 15-minute interview of the arrested subject, whom we know to be Kyle Zollner." While the National Police Foundation provided their own recommendations to the City of Arcata and the APD, we believe it's imperative for the public to provide their input on the recommendations. We are calling on the City of Arcata to host a public town hall to give Arcata and Humboldt residents the opportunity to provide our recommendations in response to his murder. Lastly, we find it incredibly cowardly and intentional for the City Council to cancel their meeting on the 3rd anniversary of Josiah's murder, Wednesday, April 15th, just as cowardly and intentional as having up to 7 police officers present at these City Council meetings to intimidate community members. Almost twice the number of officers who responded the night of Josiah's murder. Justice for Josiah.
Justice for Josiah!
We are here in the City Council chambers on a stolen WIAT land because we have read the 67-page National Police Foundation report on the homicide of David Josiah Lawson. That is, we read the report released by the City of Arcata 2 weeks ago, not the original report, as the city was able to redact any information they saw fit, prompting us to consider what the City of Arcata has to hide. However, this report tells us what we knew, that the Arcata Police Department responded inadequately the night of DJ's murder, that they mishandled crucial evidence, including the murder weapon, and also failed to adequately interview not only witnesses but accomplices to the homicide, as stated on page 34 of the National Police Foundation report. Minimal attempts were made to detain or identify parties that may have been involved in the altercation or who may have witnessed the incident. Key witnesses and potential suspects were allowed to leave the scene or communicate with one another. Page 5 of the report reads, "Many of the basic tenets of crime scene security and management were not followed in this case. The nature of the incident and limited APD resources illustrate the need for a comprehensive regional multi-agency response protocol. However, such a plan was not in place, leaving the department ill-equipped to handle the scene and investigation on its own." Furthermore, page 30 reads, "The detective sergeant did not visit the crime scene in the hours after the incident, nor did he view any of the digital photographs prior to conducting interviews, including his 15-minute interview with the arrested subject, whom we know to be Kyle Zollner." While the National Police Foundation provided their own recommendations to the City of Arcata and APD, we believe it's imperative for the public to provide our input and recommendations. We're calling on the City of Arcata to host a public town hall to give Arcata and Humboldt residents the opportunity to provide our recommendations in response to his murder. Lastly, we find it incredibly cowardly and intentional for the City Council to cancel their meeting on the 3rd anniversary of Josiah's murder, Wednesday, April 15th, just as cowardly and intentional as having up to 7 police officers present at City Council meetings to intimidate community members, which is almost twice the number of officers who responded the night of Josiah's murder. Say his name.
Josiah
I thought just in case there's anybody present who isn't familiar with the murder of Josiah Lawson, about 3 years ago in April, David Josiah Lawson, who is a student leader, the president of the Black Student Union at HSU, was murdered at a party in Arcata. And to this day, no one has been held accountable for his death. The National Police Foundation did an investigation, and now we have a report that basically reviews how law enforcement, the Arcata Police Department, handled that case. So that's what we're talking about, and the entire Police Foundation report can be found on the City of Arcata's website for anyone who's interested. And so just to reiterate some of what my comrade said, some things that we found particularly important to note, stated on page 34 of the National Police Foundation report, quote unquote, "Minimal attempts were made to detain or identify parties that may have been involved in the altercation or who may have witnessed the incident." So we're talking about major suspects being allowed to leave the scene without being interviewed. Key witnesses and potential suspects were allowed to leave the scene or communicate with one another. So rather than being separated, key witnesses were allowed to talk before they were spoken to. Get their story straight. Page 5 of the report reads, many of the basic tenets of crime scene security and management were not followed in this case. The nature of the incident and the limited APD resources available illustrated the need for comprehensive regional multi-agency response protocol. However, such a plan was not in place, leaving the department ill-equipped to handle the scene and investigation on its own. So what we're calling for is for the City of Arcata to host a public town hall so that the public can have input on what new changes, protocols, whatever are going to be implemented in response to this report. Justice for Josiah.
Justice for Josiah.
I want to first acknowledge that we are on stolen Wiat land, and I'm here to say his name, David Josiah Lawson. So I read the 67 Police Foundation report. Did you? I mean, really? I hope that it is something that everyone in this room takes responsibility for reading, especially you who hold office. I hope that you read it thoroughly and you digest it and you read it again and you think about what parts you agree with, what parts you don't agree with, and what it is that the community is going to do, what it is that you all are going to do about what it is that was revealed. So even from, acknowledging that you all were able to redact any information that you felt necessary for the case. So we don't know what that looks like. It would be cool if we did have an idea of what that would look like. But even from a retired pro-police organization, even from that standpoint, there were many valid points in how it is that the police department here is incompetent, for lack of any other word. They used every other word that meant incompetent in that Police Foundation report. And the lack of supervision seemed overwhelmingly too. So you all, we've been waiting on this police report for over a year, and so you made it sound like that was going to be something that was going to be very communally involved. So like we were going to have some part in the response of what was going to be happening in regards to the report. And so we're here to request that a town hall is put on. We expect that to be something that's available for the entire community to be part of, and also for the community to have input in how it is that it's done. So making sure that we're able to help with timing and facilitation, because who it is that facilitates it really matters, and what the content and the structure of the event is really matters. And so I will be contacting each and every one of you to see when it is that we can get that ball rolling. Thanks.
So if anyone else would like to comment on a matter that is not on the agenda and has not spoken yet, please come forward. Seeing none, I will close early public comment.
Justice for Josiah. Justice for Josiah.
I guess I have a question. Somebody mentioned another report. We have one report, unredacted, and you've got it on the website just as we got it. So I don't know what you're talking about another report, because this is the only one we got. Sorry.
Can I just ask a direct follow-up?
No.
No. The public comment is closed now.
Follow up here. It's not a conversation. It's your comment, and we respond.
Okay.
Call and response. So, I guess I'm asking the city manager to verify that we only have one report.
Yeah, the city received the final version of the report. We had talked in public in the past about if there were parts of the criminal investigation, we wanted to review that report before it was released, that we would make those redactions if we felt like it inhibited the criminal investigation. In reading through it, we felt like nothing was going to actually further inhibit the criminal investigation. So we released the report in full. The city made no redactions to the report.
All right. Right, done.
And just for the record, I read it as soon as I got it in my hand. So, you know, it's a little insulting that somebody would say, have I read it? I mean, we paid money to get it. It's my job to read it. Okay? So, thank you.
All right. Next is consent calendar. All matters on the consent calendar are considered to be routine by the City Council and are enacted in one motion. There's no separate discussion of any of these items. If discussion is required, that item is removed from the consent calendar and considered separately. At the end of the reading of the consent calendar, council members or members of the public can request that an item be removed for separate discussion. A, approve the minutes of the City Council meeting of February 19th, 2020. B, biweekly report on general warrants. C, approve employment agreement with David Loya, Director of Community Development, and authorize the city manager to execute all applicable documents. D, award a construction contract for the 2020 Bayside Road paving project to Curran Construction in the amount of $1,350,914. Authorize the city engineer to increase the contract amount by up to $67,545.70, 5% for a total of $1,418,459 to allow for any unforeseen contingencies and additional work as necessary, and authorize the city manager to execute all applicable documents. E, authorize the city manager to enter into real property negotiations for conservation easement from Scott Davies for a portion of assessor's parcel number 500-11-007 at 2242 Fickle Hill Road, 80 acres adjacent to the Arcata Community Forest. F, adopt resolution number 190-54, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Arcata authorizing extension of an existing rehabilitation loan to Humboldt Bay Housing and Development Corporation for the Arcata Gardens Apartments. G, adopt resolution number 190-55, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Arcata authorizing application for and receipt of local government planning support grant program funds. Would any member of the City Council like to remove an item? Would any member of the public like to remove an item?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed? Right. Next is old business. Further discuss and prioritize the Plaza Improvement Task Force recommendations. Could I have a staff report, please?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, this item is before you tonight. At your last City Council meeting, we had a lengthy presentation and discussion with the chair and members of the Plaza Improvement Task Force around a body of work that they spent about a year and a half doing to make recommendations, fairly comprehensive recommendations for improvements to the downtown and Plaza area. At the end of that discussion, the council wanted to have some time to look through sort of the top 25 recommendations that the Plaza Improvement Task Force made, take some time to do some rankings of those, and then come back at this meeting to have further discussion. So it was a little challenging, and I'm just going to try to walk through what you have before you as the two items. And there are some additional copies up here if there are people in the audience that would like a copy. The long 8.5 by 14 inch is all of the responses that we received. And then the final column on that is the average. I did, so that you can look through those. I did take a little bit of an effort to try to do some weeding out for you. And so the short list, what this is it is any project that received a highlight from any of the council members. So you ranked each of the projects in a category. There were 5 projects per category. You ranked each category 1 through 5. And then most of you highlighted what your top 5 projects on the entire list were. So if there was a highlight in a box on a line, that project made the list. Also, the projects that made the list were any project that averaged a 2 or less, meaning basically it was a 1 or 2 for most of you in that. So the smaller sheet is just that level of kind of reduction. And however you want to go about having that conversation tonight, I just wanted to give you a snapshot of what seemed to coalesce between the five of you as some of the priorities that evening. I'm happy to walk through, and Director Andre is here as well to answer questions about specific projects. I think the intent was that staff would like to do some additional research and some costing out of the projects that are the council's priorities. So your decisions tonight aren't final decisions, but they're just some direction for staff to start doing research to bring back to you, depending on which the item is. So with that, I will turn it back to the mayor unless you have specific questions.
Well, and initial comments from council?
I'm not clear on what the highlighting is.
Okay, so the highlighting is, we asked each of you to highlight your top five, regardless of where they were on the list. So any project that received a highlight from a council member is highlighted on the sheet and made the kind of the cut list associated with the smaller page of prioritization. So if it was one of your top five of any one of you, it's on this list.
So then there should only be 5 number ones highlighted. Because,
well, 5 for each of you, potentially, right? You each had 5 highlights.
Right. So, but there should only be 5 number ones.
Well, you didn't necessarily have to highlight even your own number ones, right? So the idea was if you liked 5 projects in one category the best, you could have had a 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 ranked as your favorites on the whole list. We did also ask you to rank in each category, and that is provided on the larger list here. Have I lost you all? Is that, okay, I'm sorry.
So low numbers are higher priority?
Yes, low numbers are higher priority.
So a perfect score would be a 1. Everybody thought it was
right.
The highest priority within the category.
Right.
Yeah, I get the average. I guess I'm just still struggling with the highlighting, but that's okay. We can move on.
Can I say something? Because I feel like we shouldn't probably get too caught up in the numbers, and certainly not the average. It doesn't make any sense, actually. So it's just like, I think we should maybe note, she tried to pull out what we highlighted over here. Doesn't mean we're throwing these away.
Nope.
We can just talk about things. Because I even felt as I was trying to go through it, and some of the things are more like, well, that's a policy we should work in. We should go out and plant 1,000 flower bulbs. We should, so they're very different types of things, and it was kind of hard to really go, oh, that's a 1, that's a 2. Didn't make a lot of sense, really. So I just felt like getting too caught up in these numbers is just going to be a rabbit hole for us.
I had something specific as I look at this, big list. I'm looking at let's say in the safety regulation on the big list, there's an item that's got 2 1s, and then the one, okay, I guess I'm not doing I have to do the math a little quicker.
Yeah, so
sorry.
No, you don't. You don't have to do any math tonight. I don't want you to do any math.
So in that particular one, because there were 2 1s and there were 2 low numbers, it ended up with a very intermediate score.
I got that as I was talking. Thank you.
That's why I'm trying to say, I think getting really hung up on these numbers is just not going to get us anywhere.
Can we kind of look at which ones can we kind of agree on and push them out for?
Well, beautification
I
number
agree.
6, it looks like there's a lot of support for that, especially.
Yeah, I agree.
And what does that even mean? Number 6,
That means-
I think that keep the plaza visually open,
And-
considering removing the center plaza. I think we all pretty much agree on that.
Yeah,
so
so
that-
it's
that's
wiped
clear.
out.
Yeah. So maybe should we go through and sort of just talk about the different projects, or is that going to get us too deep into a rabbit hole too? How do you want to go about this?
I think we've got number 6 in the beautification infrastructure. I think if I'm not sure, I think the majority of us agree with that
Yeah, I think
as
that
being, so we don't have to argue about that one.
Right. So maybe should we start with the short list and just discuss those things and see what we feel like, and then if any of us want to bring something back into the discussion from the long list, then does that seem fine?
I agree with that.
And I think I want people out in the audience and at home to know that even if it's not like on our short list, doesn't mean we're not interested in it, you know? So if you see this list and you really want to push for something, or you think something's important, I think we're still really open to all those conversations. I don't think it's been made yet, and so I just want to know, because I was getting a lot of emails, people thinking we had already made all these decisions and stuff, and we're really just discussing it, so.
So I think in the short list, just looking at the numbers, that anything that is 2 or below shows, I think, a lot of support among a lot of council members in the averages.
So anything 2 or below is highlighted in orange in the text component.
Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe we can just go through those items. I think to Councilmember Pitino's point of if there's, consensus on those or a majority, we can move on from those and maybe get to the other ones where maybe we don't have as much agreement.
So increased programming, number 11, it has a average of 2, and 3 council members chose that as give it a number 1, so that looks like that's also a high priority one.
Yeah, so that one, maybe it would take a bit of staff work, but I kind of felt like that's kind of something, maybe it would take a little staff work to put it out into the community that we want to do this, but, something we could talk to Main Street, talk to the chamber, talk to activity groups up at Humboldt State, that maybe, because I like some of those ideas of, badminton or something on the plaza. So it's like, I don't know that the city needs to get deeply involved in that, except for possibly streamlining our permitting procedures for having these things happen.
Well, or advertise that it's available to do now.
Yeah, right.
More than it was in the past.
Yeah, and then just kind of think through a little bit, just in case there's some conflicts might occur or something along those lines. But that's one reason I chose that, is I felt like it's really low-hanging fruit and something we've been talking about for a long time.
So, and the next one there's a lot of support is number 12, which is increase recreation programming of community partners to provide options such as lunch on the lawn, theatrical productions, and others. And that also had a very low score, which shows a lot of support among a lot of us here on the council.
And that one I would put into the same category as the last one, really.
I agree.
It's just sort of, let's develop the process of
Yeah.
how it is. And it's just doing good outreach, and that's what's good about that, reminding ourselves, all the people to outreach to.
So can we look at that and say that number 11 and 12 really amount to sort of one item?
Yeah, one effort.
Yeah.
Right.
Of figuring out how to make it easy to do things on the plaza, and then make sure we have the best, we thought it through, no conflicts, and then we get the word out to everybody.
And then next, under safety and regulation, number 20, which, I'm sorry. Explore additional regulations and reevaluate nuisance behavior, bouncers, noise control, bar hours, and enforcement of ABC practices as outlined in the Public Safety Task Force's report. So any comments on that one? So that also had average score of 1.8, 2 council members rated as 1, 2 as 2, so that had a lot of support from the council. And in the report of the task force, there were a number of things having to do with people who were uncomfortable because of bad behavior on the plaza. I think that this is reflected in the choices of the council members on this.
Well, this is kind of the essence of our issue to some degree on the plaza. And I don't know, how are we going to go about that? That's going to take some kind of deeper thought. Maybe we should just direct staff to research what other people have done. I do remember being at a presentation where San Jose rolled their bar closures so that not all the people got out of the bars at the same time. They talked about how that worked for them. I don't know if that would work for us, but, and then last time we talked about this, I talked about, and I know it's a little hard to even wrap around, and the city manager and I went and looked, maybe some of the bars opening into the alley and some opening front. I don't know if that makes any sense. We went and looked at the alley, and it would be really nice to clean up that alley and make it a whole more dynamic situation, but that's a big project. So, I think we're looking at maybe more sort of behavior control here a little bit more.
And the last item that had a lot of support and broad support was economic development number 22, promote restaurants and businesses on the plaza, including the expansion of business participation at events by enabling local vendors to sell products, hold sidewalk sales, permitting buskers and food trucks to obtain permits. So comments about that?
That I was the 4, so that's not priority for me.
Well, where that one is a priority for me, and it's again, I think I mentioned this last time, I kind of feel like we're ready to do something more than the little things we do on the plaza, the little tweaks. I mean, and maybe this increased programming will be something, but I felt like people want to see us really try to address these problems, you know, with more than just more flowers, which I keep promoting, but I feel like we probably need something more here. And that's where I like the idea of possibly, and again, I could get talked out of this, but I think it's an interesting idea, is to close down 9th Street right by the plaza and potentially have that whole area between the bars, and maybe that's going to change a little, hopefully, and then into the plaza. Maybe that's where we have kiosks and food trucks, and we have some tables, and we have kind of a whole different feeling, culture there than what we have right now. I mean, I'm kind of excited about that. I say kind of because I haven't thought it through enough or had enough time to really talk with people about it, people who have ideas or, you know, I did read about different ways of having economic development, and they talked about having little kiosks out, kind of like, I mean, I've seen that in big cities. Certainly in Paris, you see these little kiosks that people can just come and open, and they run a business out of that kiosk. I mean, we could possibly do something like that in that space. I'm open to that discussion, and I don't know if we want to direct staff to do a bit of research or not on that.
Well, Councilmember Ornelas, I definitely don't want to talk you out of it. I think that's a really great idea to be looking at, you know, if we are talking about, you know, number 22 and promoting different types of businesses on the plaza, thinking about where they would go. And I think that's a really interesting way to combine those two ideas together, because I think, and I hope we will talk about, you know, potential, you know, closure of you know, at least one of the roads on the plaza from cars. But I think we have to keep in mind, like, what do we put there that makes that a usable space? And so I think that's, to your point, I think that would be a great place to trial that out.
Well, I think closing roads and having additional kiosks or businesses on the plaza are related, but they're not identical, so we can do one without doing the other.
Sure.
Further discussion.
Sure.
I noticed something that in looking at this little sheet, I noticed that there were 2 1s for number 5, increased pedestrian safety, and there are 2 1s and a 4 and a 5. And so that tells me, okay, I've got two council members thought increasing pedestrian safety in that area were number 1, and improving public transit ride sharing also had 2 1s. But when I relate that number 5 to number 17, I think, wow, number 17 also has 2 1s, the safety corridor from the plaza to HSU or vice versa. I think we're kind of losing it if we don't look at those safety issues, especially since some of us mark them as our primary problem. And so I think we need to look at the pedestrian safety and the relationship between number 5 and number 17. And a week or so ago, I was able to go to the Public Safety Committee's meeting where Dr. Jackson gave up his ideas. And one of the primary things was safety on the plaza and a safe Arcata downtown HSU pathway. And so we're not doing this in isolation, and I'm thinking that he made a list of like 14 items, and I thought, wow, those 14, a lot of them are straight off of here, and they're mainly pedestrian safety and safe corridor. So, and I'm trying not to use corridor, I want to say pathway from HSU to the plaza. So I just want to put that out there that yeah, it's nice for all the programming and all that, but let's not forget the safety and the let's say the whole change of getting to the plaza from Humboldt and how we light it up and make it a friendly pathway. And when they get down to the plaza, it's all lit up and the lights work at night and they don't light up the sky.
So I did some...
I think one of the things that we're seeing is, rather than necessarily some people for safety and some people make that lower priority, is that I think that some council members are likely to be disagreeing on how to achieve safety. And so that's how I see this, the split.
Yeah, but that's speculation. We ain't done that yet.
Well, just speaking personally.
So I think, from the research I've done and the data that's been presented to me, what doesn't seem like speculation is the intersections on the plaza, especially, when it comes to pedestrian and bicycle safety, are actually some of the safest, if not the safest intersections in the entire city. So I think if we're really, sincere about focusing on pedestrian safety, it should be a data-driven argument. Maybe we should be looking at the intersections that are have the highest accident rate and things like that. So that is my opinion on that item.
That's what I was thinking too, that, the two extremely dangerous, well, we had one fatality at the corner of 14th and NH, and we had a serious injury. I don't know if it was a fatality on Samoa, and we haven't had those kinds of serious accidents on the plaza. So I think that, as you're saying, that we need to separate people's perceptions from data that backs it up in terms of where the greatest safety issues are.
So I have a question, or I guess maybe I'm making a suggestion here, because I know we started talking about item number 22 under economic development. I'm wondering if there's agreement on that particular item, regardless of how it connects to the others, so that I think that way it seems like we want to have a more substantive discussion about that increasing access to the plaza, connectivity to HSU, et cetera, and then that safety component as well. It seems like that's probably where we're going to have most of the discussion. So I'm wondering, in terms of our goal of what were the things that we had agreement on that we can take off the list, I'm wondering if this item under economic development is something that we do have some general consensus on, so that we know that we're focusing the discussion on safety and increasing access.
Mm-hmm. Well, can we even expand that to take the 5 ones that are orange here and say, we pretty much, I would say, did seem to agree that we thought staff, we'd like to get a little more information back. Is that correct?
Well, we have a strong consensus on that.
I think the point about that Councilmember Pitino, in terms of safety regulation, it sounds like maybe you want to have more discussion on what the priority is from that area.
And right, when we look at safety and stuff, to me, it's not necessarily getting run over, okay? Because usually around the plaza, you're going slow enough that you can get out of the way. It's the lighting and the feeling of safety. It's not it's not the concern about being hit. On the plaza, I agree with Brett that around the plaza, as far as pedestrian versus car safety, I'm probably more safe from cars than I am from bicycles. Roaring through the stop signs, going to hit me. So I've avoided bicycles more than cars on the plaza. So to me, it's lighting, it's space feeling, and I'll refer to Dr. Jackson, where what he was trying to get across is, I want the students to feel comfortable in a pathway, multi-pathways, at least Northtown and 14th, to to come into Arcata and it be lit, and when they end up on the plaza, it's in a well-lit space. And that kind of safety is what I'm thinking about, not necessarily being hit by a car in the plaza.
Well, I think that with your suggestion that I think we have a consensus, but what I would like to do before we have further discussion is open this up to the public and take public comment.
Do you? Because I feel like I'd like to review a few more of these before we do that.
All right.
And then we would be
Go ahead.
probably giving the public a little bit more to think about even and be able to comment on.
Why don't you go ahead and
Okay.
take in the direction you think it would be
there's
positive?
one that I like, and I feel like it's maybe it doesn't get represented well in the words and the way it's written here. And that's the add the wayfinding map signage. Now, I know that some people are like, oh, we'll junk the streets up. And that's, we all, I think, agree we don't want to do that. But when I was talking with the Chamber of Commerce about this idea at a chamber meeting, they really liked it. And that was the idea of more of an electronic wayfinding thing. And maybe there's one at the plaza and one up at HSU that's maybe on 14th Street. It's just the entrance. And it's something where you could search. You could type in Arcata Marsh and shows you where it is. Immediately when I mentioned that to the chamber, they all wanted to advertise on it. And so I'm like, this is paid for. I don't think we should make it irritating, but I think we have a way of really communicating our businesses, our places, things people could find in an electronic way that most everyone, that's the way people are thinking today. And so I just wanted to point that out, that besides having physical signs all over the place, we could have something that's a little more modern. It could be like a little kiosk type of thing. And like I said, I think the restaurants, the hotels, Airbnbs, they would all like to be seen on that because it would really be visitor serving. So I just wanted to bring that forward as just enhancing, that's number one that was on our list here. But
So where would you put that?
Well,
it's one sign you're talking about.
No, I was thinking that there should be two. I felt like there should
Where
be
would
one
they
up
be?
at HSU. Some part of me thought it should be like at the 14th Street entrance that goes in with the big gates, somewhere right there, or maybe it's on, whatever that street is there. I can't think of it now. D Street, C Street, or something that goes up into HSU. B, I think it's B. But and then I think there should be one on the plaza. So that, because those are kind of focused places, the school, there's definitely travelers going to school, and this way they could, type in, and where is that Clam Beach I've heard of? Oh, there it is. It's not that far. We could get there. Things like that, and you could learn about where is that community forest? It's just stuff like that. And then also, like I said, it would advertise, and maybe we could just limit it to only Arcata businesses can advertise on it, or maybe we could say Humboldt County if we wanted, or, we could make these decisions. But people immediately saw value in it, and I felt like it would just pay for itself.
So are you thinking of signs that would be visible to pedestrians or ones that would be visible to cars?
No, to me, this is walk up, put your request in there. Where are you interested in? And, along the side, it talks about great Airbnb about 3 blocks away from you, or something like that, And, but then it also tells you, the community forest is how you get there. Boom. And so it's just like, it's informative. It's not invasive. It's not big. It's probably something we could make it cute. We can make it just fit in somehow. I know it would cost some money to invest in. So there's that. But possibly, as I keep promoting all these rural development grants from the USDA, maybe we could get, because this is business promotion, we could, maybe get a $25,000 grant and install one of those and see how it works, or install 2, or, I don't know about the cost. And so really I'm making kind of the argument to the other council members. Do we think this is worth looking into, finding out what it would cost, and do we see that it has value in our community?
Well, another part of it is to be able to swipe with a QR code or something like that and have it appear on the person's smart device.
Sure, yeah. I was thinking you could absolutely have things like that available if you want to get the app for the forest. Boom, you just got it there. It's kind of a center place to communicate a lot of information. And like I said, I think it could be supported by businesses that want to be on it, because this is people looking for things in our town.
I guess really maybe my only concern with the idea is vandalism. It seems like wherever they were put on campus or on the plaza, it would be an immediate target for vandalism. And I really like the idea of I guess and then what comes to mind next is an app, just an overall app. And I know Councilmember Pereira, at least 2 years ago in goal setting, it came up to have an app for the city. So I don't know, maybe that idea is right now. But it does seem like, instead of a electronic, if it's, the barcode they can scan that takes them to an app, like you said, or something directing them to where to download the app, and it has all that information on there. And I would guess it would be cheaper than an electronic sign to have the app developed. I don't know. But we can still sell advertising, and basically everything you described could be there.
Okay, and and I'm just old school, because I still can't even download an app, so I haven't gotten there yet, but I do see the value of these things.
Yeah, Susan, I kind of agree with the kiosk idea, but for me, I would like to see it be, if I'm going to talk about a kiosk, B1 and be on the corner of 7th and F here. Because they want the question that always comes to me is, where's the plaza? And so if we have the kiosk on the plaza, it isn't answering the majority of the questions that come to me. Okay? And having something at City Hall is, some people find City Hall pretty easy, but then they can't find anything else. But having a kiosk around City Hall would help them after hours, whatever. So I would support a kiosk, but only one and only at City Hall.
Well, and again, for me, I feel like we need more information before we can even make those decisions, because maybe they cost $200,
Yeah, well, I don't think so.
And we can get $5,000 a month on advertising. I mean, I have no idea. I'm just making these numbers up.
Right.
But, we don't know.
No.
So it's a thought. And I don't know where it should be. I'm not highly opinionated about that. It just, it should be visitor serving. That's who it's meant for, really. It's meant for the parents of the students, and maybe the students for a little bit. Or, it's meant for visitors, I think, is the real point. And your thing of vandalism, I don't know what to do about that. I don't have a great thought about that.
So any other comments from council before I open it up to the public? All right.
Because like I said, I found this really hard to do in numbers because I had thoughts, I suppose I could take people's things. I suppose I've pretty much mentioned. But I do see some things as longer term and some things as shorter term and some things, and I know we talked about that, but there wasn't a great way to communicate that, like say the alley improvement. I think, go walk that alley and behind the bars. It's intriguing and it's a mess, and so some investing in that would be something. I mean, and I don't even know if we could, direct some of the bar people to enter from and out of the alley. I don't even know if that makes sense. I mean, so I really, I'm not sure about all that, but I like the idea of using that and maybe as a way of kind of breaking up the concentrated energy that's right on the plaza, particularly after bar time.
I was going to say, obviously, staff, the idea is what we could look into, but I think the two ideas that, both of you are talking about, if we developed an app, we certainly could have kiosks that operate that app. We could have potentially one at the Marsh, one at City Hall. They could be inside even. If we look at visitor serving, it could be at the Chamber of Commerce, it could, but it could also be handheld. I mean, I don't think those would be mutually exclusive, potentially. Again, we'd have to do some research, but I think you could run the same platform on a screen, on your phone.
So anything else? All right. So I'm going to open this up to public comments. So any member of the public who would like to comment on this item, please come forward.
Do I have this right now? Can you hear me? So thank you for this plaza improvement project, and I want to thank the people that worked on it. I attended several meetings. They really did a great job. And I would just like to share that Councilmember Ornelas and the solution that just came up, that's a great idea. And on the HSU campus, I do think there should be something on campus. It could be in the Student Services Building. It could be in the where that little store is below the Great Hall, because a lot of students, you've got a big concentration of students in that area. So, and that's really close. It's the closest place for them to exit to come to Arcata. And having read in the Mad River Union about the president's comments that Paul referred to, he really did stress. He wanted something to happen on G Street. So, and that is part of the path. So I totally support that too, because when I went to one of the potlucks, these two gals that were eating with us, neither one of them had ever left the campus. They were afraid to leave the campus. For me, that was a shock. So I just wanted to share that with you. And the part that I support, you agreed on number 6, but all it says on 6 is consider removing the Center Plaza. So I would really hope that that's one of the issues that gets studied in terms of what it's going to cost, because from my perspective, that's one of the best things that we can do down there is get that center planner out of there. The other thing that I really support is getting rid of the cars on 9th Street and keeping a one-earth type thing so that you still have service vehicles that can get through there, but this whole thing can be opened up for other purposes. And I'm so fascinated by the alley, because that's one of the things that I thought of initially, was turning these things around. And we could do it maybe with 1 or 2. That would do a lot for us if we did that with 1 or 2 of those bars. And having walked that alley and looked at it and thought about it, there are a few, at least one for sure, that you could easily do that, and it would reduce the concentration right along 9th Street on that side of the plaza. So that's something else that I would hope that you really look into. Because as you know, I moved to Arcata from McKinleyville, so I could walk every place. And in fact, we do walk every place in Arcata. We walk to Murphy's, we walk to Wildberries, I walk to my dentist, so we walk to the other Murphy's, we walk to Potawat Village, there's nothing you can't walk to in the larger area of McKinleyville. So, and I'm in my late 70s, I'm an old, an old person. So I'm very happy to see what you're working on here, and I do hope that we get that plaza fixed. Thanks.
Tom Wheeler, Executive Director of EPIC. EPIC supports the Coalition for Responsible Transportation Priorities and the Plaza Improvement Task Force recommendations that pedestrianization will improve the function and community use of the plaza. Improving pedestrian infrastructure will help Arcata fulfill its infill development in its downtown core. It will help develop walkability, which is one of the best ways to get people out of their cars and get them to utilize public spaces. As you're likely aware, transportation is the largest single source of greenhouse gas emissions, both in the county and here in Arcata, representing over 50% of total greenhouse gas emissions. And that's primarily from cars, not from plane travel, not from other forms of transportation. That is single-use vehicles. That is our daily use of cars. Pedestrianization will obviously help here by getting people out of their cars and currently behave like walking or biking, helping the city its climate change obligations and goals. Given the urgency of global climate change, EPIC fully encourages the council to consider choices like prioritizing people over cars. Thank you for your appointment of the task force and your consideration of its recommendations.
Thank you.
Good evening. Alan Fifth with Coalition for Transportation Priorities. I wanted to just briefly address the issue of sort of data-driven safety improvements, which I completely agree with. But I think for a city the size of Arcata, the data set of fatal collisions is too small to be the only factor in making those decisions. And you really have to look at other types of collisions as well as near misses and perceived hazards. And we're only trying to collect those data through street survey, but we are collecting them now, so we can have information making those decisions. So I really like this idea that's being talked about around 9th Street. I've brought with me some photographs, and I'm going to hold them up, and if you can't see them, I'm happy to pass them around. But just of pedestrian areas in downtowns around the country. So this is from Ithaca, New York, population 19,000. This is from Winchester, Virginia, population 26,000. Burlington, Vermont, population 42,000. This is from Cape May, New Jersey, population 3,600. Aspen, Colorado, 6,600. I've got Cumberland, Maryland, population 20,000. Corning, New York, population 11,000. And this is Columbia, California. Never heard of that one, but population 2,200. So the point of bringing these, which is really kind of just a random selection of small towns around the country, is that there are successful pedestrian areas in all of these places. They're well used, they're well liked, they are often surrounded by, I would say almost always surrounded by thriving businesses. I don't think there's any reason that the city of Arcata can't have something like that. And also to emphasize that, again, we're talking about one block, at the most 2 blocks. We're not talking about pedestrianizing all of downtown or even all of the plaza. And I think what this would be is a small part, but I would argue a centerpiece of the city's ongoing efforts in support of safety, as well as walkability and low carbon transportation. So thank you, and I can pass these around if you like. Or
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, City Councilors. My name is Misael Ramos, and I am also here to support the pedestrianization of the Arcata Plaza. I feel that there are a variety of benefits to pedestrianizing the Arcata Plaza, and I share with Councilwoman Ornelas the vision of putting food trucks, kiosks, and other business uses in the space currently occupied by automobiles, both on 9th Street and on 8th Street. On 8th Street, I envision possibly an expansion of the usable space for both Brio Cafe and for the other eateries that are on that row, where they can occupy more of the central space that is the Arcata Plaza. It is a bit lamentable to me when I see the footprint of the plaza itself, the usable public space of it that is as smaller than a standard city block. When last I was in this room, I was witnessing the study session, I believe it was referred to, for the informational materials the city had put together for public dissemination for what the effects of sea level rise were going to look like at the sewage treatment plant. Since then, it's my understanding that the city has declared a climate emergency. And I think that the pedestrianization of the plaza would be a strong step forward in supporting the resolutions the city's already made, stating that it is important going forward to reduce our carbon emissions, and as previously stated, 70% of our carbon emissions come from single occupancy vehicles. And so for those reasons, I state my support for the pedestrianization to the maximum feasible extent of the Arcata Plaza. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Harriet Ann Burr, and I live here in Arcata, a couple blocks from here. And I've been living here for the past 15 years. What Diane mentioned, that she didn't know that there are people that are afraid of walking in the streets of this city. When I first came, I met up with students. I was living in the dorms at HSU, and I did meet a lot of students that were afraid in similar situation that had not walked out in the streets of Arcata because they're afraid. And the past week, 10 days, I've met up with several students that tell me, I'm afraid to walk on the sidewalks. And I still have a heart murmur from the day I was attacked here in the 11th Street Bridge. Academically, my specialty is economics, economic development, community economic development. And I hear these opinions and these talks, and it makes me feel uncomfortable. Because the solution is not going to come out of any one person here in this room right now. We need to consult with the population. Please do not make any decisions until we have a direct invitation to the community, not to the Chamber of Commerce or the guy who lives around the corner. And that has to include the students of Humboldt State University. It has to include the doctors and the firefighters and our police department and mama and papa that want to take their kids out for a walk. It's dangerous to walk around D Street. I dare you. I dare you to do that after sunset or at sunrise. When I was attacked, I was on the 11th Street Bridge with plenty of sunshine in the morning. Now, I have to say that I had a magnificent attention by the Arcata Police Department. They're a lot better than Los Angeles. I can guarantee you that one. I've lived it. But please, please, the decisions about what we're talking about right now has to be done with the consultant of the entire population. Please do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Joanne McGarry, and last Friday was the first anniversary, February 28th, of the McKinley statue being removed, and I had gone there the day of its removal and was able to stand in the center of the plaza for the first time and look around at an amazing scene. And it was very peaceful that morning, and so I chose to go back a year later and stand peacefully with my peace flag in what I call the Arcata Peace Plaza. And I stood there, I arrived there on foot, and there was somebody else there already who had also recognized the anniversary. He had planted his flag, and it was sitting on the flower bed. So he and I had a very civil discourse because our flags were very different from each other. But it was a half hour of interesting conversation and very peaceful, and it was freezing cold. And then that flag got removed, and I was able to stand for another hour and a half in the center of the Arcata Peace Plaza and look around at all the empty parking spaces and the lack of people there, and look at the building facades, and I would turn in the four directions, and it was very imagining what our plaza could be in the future. I also thought of its past and the history prior to the statue, even prior to colonists coming to settle this place. And so I really do think that as we look at what to do, keeping the peace in the center of our town. A lot of people are really concerned about safety. People are concerned about behaviors and things like alcohol consumption and other things. And so when we call something and say it's going to be and give it a sense of place, I just really think that that is what we need to start from. And one of the other things practically to start from is the center. So the center is now without a statue, but it still has that raised bed, which a lot of people are anxious to have it flattened out. And I think the sooner you get to that, the better. I have been told there is a USGS benchmark in the marble steps if the marble steps are under that. And I just want to make people aware of that. But at the same time, start from the center, get things spread out into a peaceful way, take the outside periphery with the roads and pilot project closing them off. You don't have to say, okay, we're going to do it forever. Just try it and just do it. Just stop talking about it. Peace.
Good evening, Council. I'm Keenan Hilton. I'm with Coalition for Responsible Transportation Priorities, also an Arcata resident. And again, I would like to thank the Council for initiating this process of looking at what changes can happen on the Arcata Plaza, because I think that there is a lot of potential that can be realized there. So thank you. And second, I want to highlight the fact that when I was looking at the spreadsheet, one of the things that I noticed is that there are these resonances. There's possibilities that with certain developments, certain improvements, you're achieving multiple goals on that list. And so for your consideration, perhaps think of directing staff to look at what are those improvements that basically get at multiple items on the list. Ones that jump out to me as being compatible are, Councilmember Ornelas, you said, I think it's time to maybe consider take a bigger step to reconsider, some of our land use that we're aiming for, that we're allowing, that we're managing for on the plaza. And so I think that with the closing of, the two streets, the streets in front of the bars, street in front of the restaurants, or one, I would prefer two, that actually opens doors for being able to achieve other goals. It also goes perfectly hand in hand with one of the items that was highlighted and made the second list, that was, promoting infill development, because of course it becomes a more vibrant place when we have more people there. And I believe that these are, consistent with actions taken by this council and the vision set forth as far as the type of development we want to see and the density we want to see in the downtown area. I think it's consistent with the climate emergency that has been declared by this council. And I suppose then, as a last suggestion of how to direct staff, I think that finding those solutions for the plaza, those potential uses that are addressing the climate emergency in a meaningful way, that's worth considering. That having that as a specific lens through which we assess how meaningful a decision that's made by this body is in relation to what it does or doesn't do for addressing the climate emergency, I think is a responsible approach. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Carice Geronimo. I am a grad student at HSU, and I'm here to echo the sentiments of my fellow CRTP members about pedestrianization. I have three main subjects, the first being reduced pollution and environmental impact, the second being economic benefits, and the third is social benefits. For the first one, as we've heard tonight, the majority of emissions from the city come from personal vehicles, and obviously we would expect that pedestrianization reduces these impacts, and in fact, cities across the world have significant reductions in carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxides, particulate matter, etc., which are very harmful for the environment as well as human health. So restricting access to cars would improve the air quality and reduce noise levels, which brings me to point 2 in economic benefits. Pedestrianization would optimize mobility and create much more inviting and healthy spaces for the community members and visitors of Arcata. It is also a more inclusive space for persons with reduced mobility by avoiding the need for curbs and ramps in those intersections with walkways and the car lanes. As for plaza shops and the concern about customer access via their personal vehicles, I did some research, and I would like to highlight that there was a study that found that in over 100 pedestrianized cities around the world, retail turnover increased in 49% of those cities, and it remained constant in 25%. So a majority were neutral or actually benefited from pedestrianization. Finally, social benefits. So having that more open space that we can all visualize increases community interactions, invites consumer activity. Additionally, there is a greater sense of belonging and ownership when people can walk safely in the streets. They have more room to linger around and walk at their leisure. It gives increased opportunities to know the environment, culture, and traditions of the city in greater detail. And when I read that in the survey responses from the study, I kind of linked that to walking a trail on a hike or on a backpacking trip. Like you know that ground because you walk it rather than just driving everywhere. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Lacey Ridds, and I currently work in Arcata and live in McKinleyville, and I totally support closing the plaza off from cars as much as possible. I used to live like 2 blocks from the plaza, and I barely ever used my car at all. And I think that if we intentionally design the town to emphasize that walkability, then we could create a town that could thrive without cars. Because I walked everywhere, it didn't matter, it was awesome. And that's great for property values. It's awesome for families. You feel safe letting your kids walk around. And it would totally help combat climate change, which I think is vital right now. I'm currently living in McKinleyville, and I don't really feel safe walking around anywhere. It doesn't feel like it's designed for people. It's designed for cars. And so I miss living here, and I realized the great aspects of the design of this town more and more, like that we have a lot of that infrastructure already. And so it would be really great to lean into that, because it'd be so much easier to change this town to be basically no cars than to change McKinleyville to be like that. The design is not there, so it would take way more money and funding and time. So we have it. We could do it really easily, I think. So thank you.
Walt Paniak, Arcata. I support making the plaza more pedestrian friendly, using some of the parking spaces for temporary businesses like food trucks, and one word I didn't understand on the list, and for other businesses would generate revenue. They would generate additional foot traffic on the plaza that would help other businesses. Church Street in Burlington, Vermont, and Pearl Street in Boulder are high-value real estate, and it's because they're closed off and allow foot traffic. Climate-wise, having the penalty of not having super convenient parking for the businesses of plazas is effective. Penalties are more effective than rewards, and I think it's something that we have to do in a climate emergency. Oh, and then one additional thing I would add as a personal priority, to add a few bits of playground equipment on the plaza, just because having the energy of those little kids that we saw earlier makes everything more pleasant. Thank you.
Thank you. So anyone else who would like to comment on this item, please come forward. Seeing none, I will close public comment and take it back to council.
Aren't we already planning on experimenting with closing 8th and or 9th during special events? I thought that's something we've been working on for a long time.
Yeah, each special event is a little bit different. Obviously, the large ones close all 4 sides of the plaza, and typically about a half a block or a block out. The farmers market application and what Arcata Main Street and the farmers market discussed, at least came out of mediation with, was a closure for the 2020 season, which would close 8th Street. And so they're working with the businesses on 8th Street around that plan right now, but that's the permit request that will be coming in from the North Coast Growers Association for this year as an initial step. And then, each special event we sort of look at individually, but it's been a mix.
Yeah, so to me it sounds like we can check that off the list.
As long as we understand we're not forgetting the closure, that there is some plan afoot, especially if we approve the permit, that 8th Street would be closed during farmers market.
Well, I wouldn't check it off the list, because I don't think it's done yet. I mean, we're experimenting.
No, it's not done, but it's not.
It's not a new idea, but we haven't done it, and I think we're looking to check out 8th Street at this point.
8th.
And so we could check that out. I think that's good. The only trouble with that is that's the shady side of the plaza, you know? So if you're going to be hanging out, putting chairs out, different things, it's less attractive to be there. Now, maybe for the farmer's market, it doesn't matter, you're walking through.
Right.
But if it's a space that's designed with places, it's less, it's kind of less comfortable than that. I recognize we have that dilemma because that's where the restaurants are mostly. And so I don't know which would be the best. I feel like I'm not ready to try to close 8th and 9th. I feel like that's too bold, too big.
Well, and
it'll
9th.
upset. We're kind of a rural region, and we don't want to upset people.
Right.
Because there's people who live up Fickle Hill, people live out Freshwater. They drive, you know, and they do, and we know that. And it'd be nice if everyone could walk everywhere, but it's just not really our reality here. So,
But 9th has the additional issue of the Arcata Hotel. So 8th does not have that. That's
Right.
one of the, to me, 8th is attractive because it doesn't have the Arcata Hotel that has got the impact right on that corner.
okay, I mean, I'm open to experimenting with all these things, so I'm not against any of that.
Yeah.
It would be nice in some ways for us to not just experiment during a farmer's market, and, you know, maybe that happens or doesn't, or, you know, people it will drive some feelings about it, and now we know feelings are real, right? But anyway, but I feel like I'm trying to encourage us to think a little bit one step farther than that. That's why I'm not ready to chalk it off the list yet, because I'm thinking I'd like to make it sort of have some permanent elements to it. Like I've said, sort of kiosks or places for people to have food carts or things like that. And maybe there's some seating areas. There should be some trees. There should be a little bit more, sort of like some of these pictures that we see. If you see, they're very pretty, you know? And you know, we have a little bit of issue. I've been looking at 9th Street, and it really is like, here's the bars like this, and it drops off, and then the road goes like that. It really lifts up quite a bit. And so, like, how to actually, even if we blocked that off, let's say, tomorrow, and we decided to have that be open, it wouldn't be a natural place to hang, because there's no seats, there's no tree, there's no food cart, you know. I mean, there's a lot of elements to this that we have to try to think through and experiment with.
Right.
So, I mean, I think we could take maybe a couple years of experimenting and kind of figure out what do we really think works.
Well, we're treating events differently than what we're doing on, like, permanent closure. If you say permanent, what I mean is something that's there all the time. Even if we say that's an experiment, that closing off something when an event isn't happening is a big change.
Yeah, I get that. And then, I mean, I'm kind of ready to experiment with that a little bit more, I think is what I'm expressing here. Just to try closing things off, try having things out there, try having a badminton thing set up maybe there and people playing or something, you know, just sort of changing things around a little and see how we feel about it.
Well, there's a lot of opposition to closing things on times other than events. So at this point, I really can't support that.
Well, I can support it. I think it is absolutely worthwhile. I support what you're saying, Councilmember Ornelas. If it's not going to be 9th Street, I think then we should look at 8th Street and how do we really do it with full fidelity to really make a good faith effort to make it work, to really see it. I think we can be okay with taking a risk, and honestly, I don't think it's a risk that will be devastating to our community. I think there were a lot of great comments showing the positive benefits that this will bring to our plaza. And so for me, I think it's a great idea. If it's not going to be 9th Street, if 8th Street is where there's momentum and compromise, I'm fine with looking for that. You know, at this point, I think it's just let's actually just move forward and actually go all in on at least one of those sides of the block. And
So, I mean, unless I'm misunderstanding, I feel like that's what I heard, is that we are doing that during the farmers market this year, closing off 8th Street. And to me, that seems like a pretty robust opportunity to see how it goes.
Okay, let me just make sure I'm clear. So we're closing off just on Saturdays for the market season from, 6 a.m. until about 3 p.m. on
As an
those Saturdays.
Yes, on farmers
see how it
market.
goes.
During the farmer.
But it would not be a permanent closure,
Right.
7 days a week during that season. It would just be on Saturdays. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, yeah, and I suppose I'd like to see it maybe a little bit more, like we experiment a little bit more. Maybe we have it closed on a Sunday too. We try that, maybe when there's not a million farmers there, so we see what it feels like without that. And then also, I feel like we have to understand that it's about beauty that we're creating, so we have to, even if we pull in some, potted plants and we put them there, and we put a couple seats around, maybe they're just movable seats. We take them out when we're done or something. I mean, I was impressed in Paris. They actually have seats you can move around, and they just all recognize those are the park seats. If you take them home, put them on your patio, everyone knows you stole the park seats. So, something like that. I don't know. I think we have to think 2 steps bigger. And I know we don't want to cut parking off, and I know we're tight with that. And we're looking at maybe doing a little more diagonal parking to increase parking down 9th Street at least, and maybe on 8th. I can't remember if we talked about it that way too. But so that's maybe increasing some of the parking availability within a block or so of the plaza, which I think is important because I do recognize that those businesses depend on people to come in. We just don't quite have the population here. I mean, this is nice, and I wish I could see all the. I'd love it, Colin, if you would send me the names of these cities. I'd like to look them up and kind of do some research. I'll look back at it because I appreciate what you're up to, but like I said, as I've reached into these things, I've seen that most cities that are successful with it have a higher population than ours and aren't so rurally oriented. And so, but I still am willing to play with this a little. And like I said, I kind of want to see 8th Street without all the farmers all over it, because that's its own experience. And we kind of know what that experience is. And it'll be nice, probably. And it might be just one step better than it is with the cars going by. But we won't really know what it's like when it's empty.
Right. I just, when we think about 8th Street, I think that the easiest thing in my mind that comes up is instead of the farmers being over on the side of 8th Street, which would be the north side of 8th Street, with all our carts and all our stuff and trucks, that the parking is gone on the south side. The farmers are over on the south side, so the sun is on the people that are visiting. So the farmers can be in the shade. They're used to that.
Well,
but
is part of this one concept I heard was that the farmers would basically be facing the south side of the plaza, and then businesses would have the south side sidewalk and face north.
I think that's part of the kind of agreement between the business and the farmers, is they want the farmers to, or the people visiting to be able to interact with the businesses better. They feel shut off the way it is. Okay. So, I think we have to play for a little bit, and we probably should just put that out. We are experimenting. And trial some different things, and and maybe we have some sort of fun street games on a Sunday when it's we've got 8th Street closed, and we've got a hopscotch
and their permit conditions will help define that.
Well, sure, and I think the farmers
we
do
say
their
you
own
got
thing.
it.
Yeah, and they're doing their own thing, and that's good. But that's just my feeling. Is I think we should experiment with it a little bit more than just what the farmers are doing.
Sure.
Yeah, and I'm open to the Sunday concept. Yeah. Adding Sunday.
Yeah.
So doing all day Saturday and Sunday?
Well, and for me, I would probably, maybe 2 Sundays in the summer or something like that, and we actually program some activities to happen there during that. And so we make it a little bit more of a something. And maybe we talk with Main Street about that. And, I don't have a plan.
So what you're saying is if we're going to close it on a Sunday, to have an event to go with the closure or some kind of program of some sort to go with that?
And I know I said I'd like to see it sort of empty too, so I realize I'm saying 2 different things. But yes, I suppose so. I suppose doing something, having something there so that for sure people come there and they get to experience it in that. And where, again, I think we should have some chairs around on the road and a potted plant to sit next to or something,
Sure.
Some way so people experience it differently. That's really what I'm aiming for, if that makes sense.
So for me, I think if we're going to get a sense for the different uses of the space, I think if we're looking at just a certain number of days, then I think it should be consistent, and I think it should be repeated over time. So if we're talking about weekend days, that it's every weekend, it's closed, and some weekends there may be events there, some there are not going to be, and then that gives space for creativity and other ways for people to enjoy that space. So to me, I think the more we can have predictability of what that space is and when, and give people time to get comfortable with that, I think the more likely we're going to see success with it. Because if it's sporadic and it's only contingent on events, then we're not actually getting to understand how people utilize the space.
Sure, I get that, and I agree with you, and I can throw away whatever I said before.
Oh.
I like the idea of it being closed, 8th Street being closed Saturday and Sunday, because then you can see two things. You can see what it's like with a farmer's market and without it. And maybe somebody or some group will say, hey, we really like that space on Sundays, and now we want to hold a regular thing because it's available. So, yeah, I totally agree with you, and I support 8th Street closed Saturdays and Sundays.
What is the agreement between Farmers Market and Main Street at this point?
Yeah, just to clarify a couple of things. The agreement, as I understand it, is that they would close 8th Street for this season, so the main season, April through November, that they would eliminate, so when the farmers come in, they park their trucks or their cars in their booth space, and part of that is to protect them, because then they've got cars in that lane driving by. So the idea is they would remove those cars and either park them just on the south side of the road or in the, a different parking space that Main Street is working with the farmers market to move them off the plaza. But my understanding is that the agreement does entail that the booths themselves would maintain on the north side of 8th Street. They would continue to face in. The farmers market does still want the enclosed feel of the inner plaza with the music and the grass and their farmers and people on the sidewalk. For this year, that was what came out of mediation.
So how many hours on Saturday does the agreement cover?
Well, until 3 o'clock. So, in essence, they start at 6 a.m. setting up.
Is being suggested here is closing all day on Saturday and all day on Sunday, which is very far beyond what the farmers and the businesses have agreed to.
Well, and one thing I will say, though, I think from a logistical perspective, the work people are already used to not, they know that if they park on the plaza Friday night in the middle of the night and they don't get their car, it's going to get towed. So, we already have a culture where people recognize, okay, Friday nights, I don't leave my car there, Saturday morning, there's the farmer's market. So this logistical challenge of how do you clear up that space for that time period, that part's already been resolved. So really, it's just about maintaining that for another day and a half.
Right, and part of this is us just closing it only for farmers market is such a small step compared to what we're hopefully really looking at in the next few years is more of a closure, more of a permanent closure. And we can't practice that without having it be other than just the farmers market. So for me, I totally support it being shut down weekends during the April to November period, and that would be I think a much better test of what it would be like to pedestrianize a portion of the plaza.
Well, we don't have agreement so far to do that. What we have is we have a series of things that do not include that in terms of the agreement on our list. And we each have emails from many constituents, with the majority of them saying, do not close the plaza. So I think that we're going much further than the public is really supporting going at this time.
And I feel like we as a council decided to let Main Street and the farmers market start with mediation, and this is the agreement they came up with. Mm-hmm. So for us to do anything outside of that agreement on the Saturday, I feel like is a little bit disingenuous of us. We're basically saying, actually, we're just going to keep it closed the rest of the day to businesses.
And we're going to throw out your mediation.
That's what I'm
because
saying.
we decided
you're making huge leaps in my world, I think, because I understand we're having this conversation, and the business people aren't here. they are going to want to have this conversation also with us, and they may have some thoughts. Now, we may still make our decision, and maybe we have, because we've had these conversations for years, but I'm not trying to say we're just going to roll over everything and we're just going to do, because that would just make people angry, and that's not our intent. Our intent is to trial out the plaza, to try to solve some of these problems that, I mean, I've lived in Humboldt County for 40-something years, and I've seen these same problems for 40-something years. So it's like, if we don't do anything, we'll be here in 20 years with the same list, and we'll be like, yeah, maybe we should put 10 more flowers in, and that's what so that's kind of where we're at. We haven't done anything bold enough. They're doing this bold. We should talk with them, because again, they've been negotiating. I do recognize they came here, and I've stood here and been a supporter of the businesses and saying, I understand they need parking, we can't take that away. I do just recognize, I think now is really a time that's ripe. I think we're ready to trial some things, as we've been talking about. So I don't think we have to think we're rolling anybody over or we're being disingenuous. I think this is a continuing conversation we've had for a long time, and I appreciate Councilmember Pereira's thoughts that we do want to, at first I thought we could be a little bit more intermittent, but that's probably not the best idea. I hear what you're saying. I think it's better that we have sort of a steady plan. Maybe we don't do it for the full April through November. Maybe that's too big. Maybe we do it for a month, and we trial that and see, and we tell, to everybody we're doing that, and for a month we trial that, and we see what we think. That's my thought. I just think we have to be a little bit more bold than we've been, and and trial some of these things and see if we think they are interesting enough to pursue.
So to me, the difference of what we're talking about here is, honoring the mediation between Main Street and the farmers, which would basically be until 3 p.m. on a Saturday. Sunday to me is a separate conversation, versus we just leave it closed all day Saturday. Because that's to me, that's the difference right now between the two arguments over Saturday. And also us making the decision versus the farmers market and
Just bringing the players in. Maybe if we are planning on having any further conversations with the farmers and with the businesses, maybe we could make that decision. Maybe we do just want to keep it only closed on Saturday all the way through the day. I mean, I could be open to that. I don't want to be so timid we don't do anything.
Yeah,
Well, we have 5 things that we've reached a consensus on, so that's very real.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's why we found consensus on the things that we did, so that we could have a more substantive discussion on the things that I think we don't see totally eye to eye on. That's totally fair. I didn't support the mediation solution when we talked about this a while back, because I felt that us as a council are tasked with representing all the different stakeholders, and I didn't feel it was appropriate to cede that authority that we have, that responsibility we have, to 2 very important nonprofits, but trying to have 2 organizations try and resolve an issue that I think us as a council are really tasked to solve. I think that's really unfair to put that on 2 nonprofits, to say, you all need to go through mediation, you need to figure out the solution, because we don't want to handle the complexity of the issue. So for me, I think this is exactly the appropriate venue for us to have this discussion, and I appreciate that they came to a compromise and that they came through, some sort of solution at the end of the day, but we as a council represent all the different stakeholders in this community that weren't necessarily a part of that conversation.
Right. I completely agree with it. I think that it's our job to decide what goes on with the plaza ultimately. And mediation and working together, farmers market and Main Street, and that's fine. I think that, like what you're saying and Susan's saying, let's go beyond that a little bit, and how far we go, whether it's all day Saturday or Saturday and Sunday, that's another question. But I feel like we as a council, it's our mandate to make a decision and say, yeah, that's fine, and we're going to bump it up a little bit, and that's our responsibility to do.
We didn't tell them they had to go through mediation. They chose that. That was what they wanted to do. So it's not like we kicked the responsibility onto them. And we delegate authority all the time to staff, to other groups. So, I mean, there's definitely a precedent for that.
I mean, respectfully, it was one group that requested the mediation of us. It was not the farmers market. The farmers market agreed to the mediation to try and find a solution because we were unable as a council to come to agreement. I'm just saying that I think at this point, I think it is totally reasonable for us to look at, okay, they were able to come to a compromise, and it's appropriate for us to look at, is there something more that we want to do from there?
I mean, I agree with everything you just said. I feel like this is what we're doing. I feel like that's exactly what we're doing.
Well, so maybe we, if we're going to try to come up to the medium of this, maybe we don't close the whole thing off all weekends from April to November. Maybe that is a little too much. I mean, maybe we try to just do Saturdays and we hold it like all that time. We hold the Saturday through. Then maybe we experiment with 2 months in the summer or something like that where we actually close it on Sunday too. And just, I don't know if this makes any sense to you, but I'm trying to come with some sort of happy medium of a way to respect what we've done, respect the fact that they had their mediation and they talked a lot. We want to, those are two businesses working together. That's good. And yet we understand that we want to trial some things.
Well, you said 1 month earlier, so that's something that I could support, that rather than 2 months as far as Sunday closure.
Well, and I don't know, I don't know if we need to make this decision right now, or we're just sort of directing staff. I don't know what you'd need to necessarily, I mean, to me, it would almost, this has to almost go back out. We'd probably have a whole room full of business people here that'll be telling us their points of view.
And we've had them over 20 years of everybody almost, for me, it's like being through this discussion so many times. I'm like, when people come up, you almost already know what they're going to say because the positions haven't really changed. We haven't changed. We need to, and I agree with you, both of you, we need to change. We need to bump it up. And the only way we'll find out what we're doing, which direction we need to go, is by actually doing something. And I totally agree with closing 8th Street all day Saturday. And if we can agree to that, that would be during the farmers market time, April to November. I think that would be a great test.
I mean, since this is somewhat new, I mean, we've been talking about it, but it wasn't really one of our absolute choices in here, so we haven't contemplated this for a little while. I mean, I don't know if we want to bring this back so that we can put it out into the community that we're thinking about doing this, and we could be a little more, this is Sunshine Week, we could be more transparent about this thought. I don't know. I mean, I think we should probably do it that way because I don't really want people thinking we're trying to sneak something through or something. That would just be silly.
I agree, and we should have options like all day Saturday, all day Sunday, and then when that would appear. Mm-hmm. And so we might have 2 or 3 options, but as a minimum, it would be all day Saturday. So we wouldn't come in and say, well, let's hear your opinion, because we've already decided we want all day Saturday or something more. So that they have a base to start from, and that it isn't, we're not opening it up to the world.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I agree with that.
So what I'm hearing is that we're gonna close off the plaza all day Saturday.
Well, no,
starting when, ending when?
8th
Street. Yeah.
I think there's 3 of us that are agreeing to that. I don't know if we have to do a motion.
So, no, I know.
To bring it back.
I'm just curious, like, so what's more, the specifics, like, at midnight, the ballards come down, at 6 a.m. on Sunday? Like, what, or how are we,
I haven't truly thought it through that much. That's why I recognize we have to bring it back, because those kind of thoughts will come up and you'll be like, oh yeah, what are we talking about?
And it sounds like right now, there's already a plan going up to 3 o'clock. So, I mean, I would agree. To me, my opinion would be anything beyond that, we, should have a further discussion on it, should be agendized.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I was just going to suggest that maybe you set a subcommittee of a couple of you, that we do hold a meeting with just all of those businesses that are along 8th Street between now and when that next agenda is. Or, I mean, that's just an option in terms of having a discussion. I mean, I can certainly do it at a staff level, just to share the discussion that you've had tonight, and try to brainstorm with those businesses along that, along that stretch. ideas that they have to make that successful, but it might be, if a couple of you wanted to join in, might be good to have that discussion here.
And we have a consensus on these.
On those 5, yeah,
Yes.
6, 7, I'll have to look at them.
Yeah, I don't think we should just ask staff to take it because it's, it's going to be kind of a heat position. to be in.
Yeah, I don't mind doing it.
Yeah.
If anybody else,
Can I be the other subcommittee member?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
unless you want to do it, Susan, in place of me. I don't care.
Well, I would be happy to.
Yeah, let me.
I have played roles in there. I have been on.
Yeah, I would say you're much more connected in a way than I am.
And I'm the Main Street representative.
Oh, good.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay.
So I make a motion that Susan and Michael become a subcommittee to figure this out, whatever it is.
Second.
Thank you.
Second.
See, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. And did we get any public?
Well, it's the same. It's the same.
Okay.
We already had comments on it's just the same agenda item. So we had public comment on this agenda item. Is that
okay?
I had just one other thing that came to my mind when people were talking. I was thinking back over on 9th Street, and we were talking about potentially rolling the exit time of bars, and I just thought maybe it would be helpful if the bar willingly opened and kind of cleaned up the plaza and cleaned up their entrance to it and opened out into the alley, and we made that effort. And I know this is a few years down the road, but maybe they could stay open later. And we roll it. If you're facing the plaza, you got to close by midnight or something like that. I mean, I'm just pulling a number out of my hat, but.
Yeah, I like that idea.
I mean, like maybe we do that rolling thing that San Jose said worked for them. And
they're not gonna, if we just walked up to them and said, hey, why don't you open in the back? There's no advantage. But if we say, everybody else is going to close at 12 and you can stay at 2.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, I don't
like
even know
that.
if it's legal for us to do that, but it just strikes
That's
me
something
as
else.
maybe it's an incentive. And it's, again, shaking up the
Oh, go ahead. No, please go ahead.
The only other thought I had is, to me, removing the center planner is something I'm very interested in doing. I'd like it to be gone as soon as possible. That's just my opinion. So would it be reasonable if maybe by our budget study sessions to have an estimate, to get some estimates on what that would cost?
Yeah, we're already working on that estimate. We have been working with a local stonemason. The steps are still underneath that planter, and yes, there is a marker that also is embedded in those steps. But we do have a local stonemason that we're hoping, could potentially take out the steps in a way that granite would be able to be reused. So we are getting a bit on that.
And it's granite, not marble. People always refer to it as marble steps.
I believe it's granite.
Granite,
Yeah.
And I know when we prioritize these, my memory was there's largely a consensus that we were interested in all the recommendations from the Plaza Improvement Task Force. So I'm just wondering, do we focus on these that we have kind of a top priority consensus on, and then we move on to other items, or at least that's just something to think about for the future.
Well, yeah, and some of them are kind of implied in some of the other things, like we were talking about safety and a safety corridor, and then one on safety regulation number 16 is upgrade plaza lighting to dark sky compliant LED. I mean, I think we're talking about doing that on the plaza and all through up to HSU to help them have it. So, I mean, I think we are weaving that in as just an example of one thing.
Do you have enough direction from us?
I just want to clarify. So numbers 6, 11, 12, 20, and 22 are ones that we will begin to prioritize.
Yes.
There was a discussion from Councilmember Pitino on number 5 and 17, but I don't feel like I've got consensus direction on those two.
Part of
come back later,
5.
too.
Part of 5 was our plaza closure, road closures. So.
Okay. So we'll work with that through that process.
And 17, I thought we got consensus on a safety, we don't call it a corridor, what do we
We do,
have? Pathway.
yeah, through your
A safety
priority projects,
pathway.
you do.
I mean, I think we've talked about that a long enough time.
Yeah.
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 One, I guess I was a little bit surprised it didn't make the list, and I don't see why we just throw it in there. is number 10 on the original list, which is ensure that all improvements are sensitive to WIOD and other cultures. I don't see the harm because it's not like we're going to do something that's not sensitive.
Yeah.
So why not?
That was something I actually didn't rank because I was like, to me, that should just be a lens
Right.
that we use with, with our
Maybe
decisions.
into our policies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or something that we
Totally. That's
I agree with you.
It's implied, yeah.
You know.
I agree with you. Thank you for bringing that up.
So anything further before we,
I had one other thing. I had one other thing that when I was looking through the, I believe it's the police response to the Plaza Improvement Task Force, and I believe it's on page 129. I'm just going to try to verify that. I'm trying to get to page 129 here, and what I saw was a statement about persistent violation ordinance, and I thought, what is that? Can we do that? And that's very interesting to me that we could implement a persistent violation ordinance. I mean, if it exists, it's on page 129, and it's on the very top underneath regulations, policies, and law enforcement. Consider measures to reduce repeat offenses, such as implementing a persistent violator ordinance. And I thought, wow, what is that? Maybe we should do that. I mean,
I would think we already have that.
I don't know.
So I have one last question before we leave this one. We talked about the wayfinding signage, and did we have a consensus on that we wanted to get some kind of cost estimates and ideas about whether it's just a little kiosk that's got an app sign on it, or it's something that people could interact with, and like I
Could
said...
we get some options? I mean, the
Yeah, just
fixed
some-
kiosks or the app or whatever?
Some cost
options
ideas.
that staff could look into?
Yeah, and if I could ask, I would love to get sort of some information that I could bring to the Chamber of Commerce meeting and share with the businesses. So, because like I said, I just mentioned it to them and they all jumped on it.
Mhm.
So, I'd like to kind of just see what kind of
Thanks.
support we would.
I support coming back with some options on that.
All right.
Are there a bunch of us?
Yes.
Good.
So anything else before we close this
Well,
item?
I want to get back to the persistent violation ordinance. I'm like, it was capitalized, and I thought, well, something that must be real, or I just don't know.
I've never heard of it before.
Well, so the PD invented that.
No, I don't know. I wouldn't say it was invented, but I'm sorry. I myself do not know what it is. And
Okay.
It may be a real thing. I
So
just
maybe they
honestly
could
don't know.
come back and tell us about that, because if it is something that we could actually implement, I'm ready for that. Thank you. Thanks, Nancy.
Yeah, I mean,
anything else?
No, I was just going to say, I mean, I support getting some research on that.
Are we done? So we are going to take a 5-minute break. Right. Resuming the City Council meeting now. New business, appoint 2 new members to the Planning Commission for terms expiring March 31st, 2023 and 2024.
I'll make a motion to approve Christian Figueroa to a term ending March 31st, 2023, and to appoint Scott Davies to a term ending March 31st, 2024.
Second.
Right. Would any member of the public like to comment on this item? Please come forward. Seeing none, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay.
I just want to take a moment and thank everybody. We interviewed quite a few people, and there were some great people. So if you weren't chosen, doesn't mean we don't think that you're fabulous. And there's other things, there's other committees and things like that, ways to get involved in the community. So please, thank you for your interest.
Mm-hmm. Okay, the next item is review the Arcata Community Health Center project and set a hearing date for the vacation of right-of-way. That my partner, Carol McNeil, is a staff member of Open Door, and I've been advised by the city attorney to recuse myself on this item. So Vice Mayor Pitino will preside.
So the item, new business item B, review the Arcata Community Health Center project and set a hearing date for vacation of right-of-way. I'm going to turn this over to David Loya to give us a presentation on this. Or, excuse me, Joe Mateer. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joe Mateer, Senior Planner with the City of Arcata. I'm the assigned planner for this project. The item before you this evening is pretty much an introduction of the Arcata Community Health Center project. We do ask that you consider taking action on one of the items tonight, but continuing the others to March 18th, 2020. What you have before you are 4 attachments. We have a adoption of Resolution 190-52, and that's the resolution to adopt the intent to vacate portions of Sunset Avenue. And that resolution, if adopted, would continue the second step of the process for the vacation to April 1st, 2020. Attachment B is we're asking for review and comment on, and that's a resolution 190-53, and it's the California Environmental Quality Act facts of finding and statement of overriding considerations. That would be the environmental document or action that you would take to approve the project. And again, we're asking that the council consider that action and just provide comment so that we can get some direction and provide those final documents to you. Attachment C is a review of the ordinance 1530. That ordinance is tied to a development agreement. We did not include the development agreement language, the recording document that would be regulatory. It's pretty much like a regulatory agreement, but we did provide the term sheet for that was reviewed and approved by or recommended by the Planning Commission. Attachment D is the action to approve the plan development and the design review project for the Open Door Clinic, and that includes the findings as Exhibit 1 and conditions of approval for Exhibit 2. Some of the plans you'll find as Exhibit 3. The project is a plan development and design review for a 32,000 square foot 1- and 2-story healthcare clinic to be developed on a 1.8 acre parcel that is vacant right here. It's just west of the roundabout here. We have Sunset Avenue here and Foster Avenue here. There are 2 isolated wetlands that will be permanently impacted on the site. We have chosen a site here as a mitigation site at the Shea Park. The development agreement would be an obligation of the city and the applicant to allow that activity to occur. We find that this is a good site because it does provide other riparian habitat for the Jolly Giant Creek that goes through there, and we do have trails that the public will be able to enjoy. The project does include wetland mitigation to remove some of the non-native plants and enhance the area as well. So, and then we have part of the project does include full infrastructure for utilities, signs, parking. Sidewalks will be added all the way across the area through here. There'll be a trail along the western property line that will connect Sunset Avenue, the neighborhoods to the north, to the Foster Avenue, and then also to the Shea Park and the trail system network that the city of Arcata has through there. So there's some connectivity to the neighborhood that's part of the project here. There is a future transportation improvement over here at the, we're proposing a bus stop for a new westbound stop at the Arcata Skate Park here. And then there's also the future transportation improvements that are associated with other projects that were identified through the Central Arcata traffic study with the other various projects that the council is aware of. The resolution that the City Council is, or we're asking you to take action on, again, it's a two-step process. This resolution will be the intent to adopt, and then on April 1st would be the action. The Engineering Division will separately notice that item for April 1st, and there will be a separate resolution for that. So it's a process through the States and Highways Code, and so these are unused portions of Sunset Avenue that were remnant pieces from Caltrans or the state highway system when Highway 101 went through. When Foster Avenue was extended to Alliance and the roundabout was developed, the city pretty much identified and did those improvements that we saw were necessary for all future. So these are remnant pieces that are no longer necessary for transportation purposes. The applicant has requested that these items be, or these areas be vacated. We kind of took that into consideration because portions of their real property were sold to the city for development of the Foster Avenue extension. In fact, the Open Door Clinic was kind of delayed their project so that we could continue with that Foster extension. They went ahead and developed the Fortuna Clinic before they did the Arcata one here. The item for the resolution 19053, that's the CEQA document. The initial study identified potential impacts to biological resources due to the impacts to the wetlands and also transportation impacts. The mitigation measures for the wetlands found that those would be less than significant with those incorporated mitigations. Based on the traffic improvements and not being able to do those until the future, and they're associated with other activities that the city's doing, the development agreement will tie the funding for that. So the clinic will do fair share, their proportion of fair share contributions to future traffic improvements, and they were identified again in that central traffic study for Arcata. So the projects that were under consideration at that time, that study identified their fair share contributions for that. And that study did recommend other aspects of the project to minimize transportation impacts, and they were being incorporated, the bus stop, the sidewalks, the paths, and things like that as well. The development agreement, that would be attachment C. This is another item that we're asking for you to just to review and comment, provide us direction on. The term sheet identifies the obligations of both the applicant and the city. And basically, the development agreement is the mechanism to allow the wetland mitigation to be at the off-site location of the city property at Shea Park. It does incorporate the fees and the mechanisms for the future funding of the transportation improvements. And that term sheet was reviewed by the Planning Commission and recommended for the council to consider. If you decide to continue this item to March 18th, the city staff will provide the full resolution that includes Exhibit 1, which is in your placket. Your staff report packet right now is just a placeholder. It'll be that recording document that's being prepared by city staff. Attachment D is the action that the city staff wants you to consider. Again, this would be just a recommend review and continue the item to March 18th. The project is in compliance with the land use code. It's a planned development, a type B, because the uses are a minor use permit is required for that parcel for the public facility there for the proposed activity. So the planned development permit is the mechanism to do that. The applicant necessarily wouldn't have had to have a planned development, but the city had already adopted that overlay, that combining zone to that parcel. So a planned development is required regardless of requiring a minor use permit or not. And then including in that action are the findings for design review approval. I do have other slides, but I do know that the applicant has their team here that has presentations as well. And so I'll try to keep my presentation brief and be happy to answer any questions you'd have. Again, we're asking that the City Council consider adopting Resolution 190-52, which would be the intent to vacate portions of Sunset Avenue, and then also just provide comment to staff so that we can prepare those final documents, continue the item to March 18th so that we can prepare those resolution 19053 and then the ordinance 1530 and also the action. Thank you.
Joe, you mentioned April 1st somehow and all the things you were talking about as being a future hearing date, not March 18th.
Yes, there's two hearing dates that are included in this. The State Highways Code through the vacation process has a unique noticing procedure, so that's why we're requesting that you adopt the resolution, and the date is embedded in that resolution to April 1st, 2020.
And that's for 190-52?
Yes, sir.
April 1st. Thanks.
And then at your March 18th meeting would be the resolutions around the environmental documents and then the ordinance on the development agreement, the plan development, and then that ordinance adoption. Your introduction hopefully will be on the 18th, and then your final adoption of all of it would be on the 1st.
Okay. Thank you.
One question I had is on packet page 223, second paragraph, it says, according to table 7-2, the land use code, well, I guess one is a multiple part question. Is 7-2 the land use code, is that included in this packet?
No, it's incorporated by reference here.
Okay. Just me personally, like in the future, if it, I don't know how hard it is to throw something like that in the packet. It'd be helpful to me just if, any kind of table or something like that referred to is included in the packet, so I don't have to find a separate document and dig for it. Just, if it's not too big a deal in the future, you happen to remember, I'd be grateful. And then, so it says zoning administrators, the design review authority, it's one of my favorite topics, and for new commercial construction greater than 10,000 square feet. However, the council will consider the design review permit. So my question is, how does the zoning administrator determine when to kick that back to the body that delegated them that decision?
The land use code allows for a process whereby anytime there's a permit that is taken by a higher body and then a permit that's taken by a lower body, that those permits can be combined. And so since the council is taking action on the development agreement and you're the final review authority, then all of the actions below that, even though there's delegation of the design review in the land use code, all of the actions are being taken by the council now instead of having some of them taken by lower bodies.
Thank you. And so I did pull up table 7 too, and I guess I found it a little bit confusing. I mean, this is totally a separate issue, but it does say, design review shall be conducted by the commission, zoning administrator, or director pursuant to the review authority, which is the table, is my understanding. And then it says, but it may be deferred to a higher body. And the next line says, shall be ministerially reviewed by the director. And it seems like a shall, like a may sandwiched in between two shalls. And I didn't know, as you know, I'm not a lawyer, but shall to me has a very specific meaning. And that's totally an aside.
The one thing I was going to say is that, yes, you're right. It's very confusing, but it has been the practice to do this. So, for example, the village, even though that was never approved by the council, had all of the action consolidated here, even though it could have been taken by the lower bodies. And so the practice is to do exactly what has been done here in the or is proposed to be done here in the open door. And yeah, it's something that maybe the language could be picked up at a future sort of cleanup of the ordinance, but I don't know what the plan is. There are a lot of unfortunate ambiguities like that throughout.
Thank you.
And just as a matter of streamlining as well, none of those actions that are related to this can be taken until the CEQA is adopted. And so if the zoning administrator were to take action on that, it would be at a later hearing. And there's no reason why the council can't take action on it. You already have a recommendation from the Planning Commission.
Thank you, David. Any other council comments? Any other staff comments? Then maybe we can hear from the project proponent.
Good evening. My name's Laura Kadlacek, and I'm the project manager for Open Door Community Health Centers. I've got a couple brochures here I want to just want to convey those to you that summarizes our project. And this evening, you can go to the next slide. Thank you. We're just going to do a quick introduction, reintroduction to our project. And first, I failed to thank staff for the preparation of the staff report and for their work since June on the approval process, as well as many of the environmental planning documents. We really appreciate that. It's gone fairly smoothly. And tonight, like I said, we're going to introduce the project to you so that you're all on the same page from what the Planning Commission has heard back in November and January and February. A little bit of history on that. The project site and existing clinic locations, to remind you of those, our project objectives, and overview of the building site and other project elements, and then we'll touch on the schedule. And to do these, I'm going to go ahead and bring up Cheyenne Spetzler, our Chief Operating Officer, and followed by her is going to be our project architect, Michael Bryan, from Pressey and Associates, and we also have Jared Obar from SHN, our project civil engineer, in case there's any questions related to that. So without that, I'll welcome Cheyenne Spetzler.
Thank you. I guess what I'm here to say is a little history about how we got to this point. It's been more than 10 years since we've been trying to get a new clinic in the Arcata area. We got a really nice federal grant back in 2010, but we weren't able to locate a parcel where we could build, so we ended up building in Eureka at that time. And then in 2014, we found this piece of property and purchased it, and we're in busy planning to build a clinic there. But there were some requests made of us to facilitate the Foster Avenue extension, so that seemed like a great idea, and we went off to build a clinic in Fortuna, and it opened in 2018. So since before we were finished with the clinic in Fortuna, we've been back at our planning process for building here. And part of the reason that we're so concerned and putting so much energy into this is that we have two older facilities, I'm sure you're familiar with them, in Arcata, and they're somewhat functional to do health services, but they are old buildings, and with the weight of bureaucracy and the problems with being able to replace healthcare infrastructure, we're afraid if one of those buildings fails, we're going to really lose our capacity to serve our community. And so, and then also just the experience of a new clinic in Eureka and a new clinic in Fortuna, we see the promise of being able to consolidate these older facilities and bring that level of service to our community. So everybody's familiar with the project location. On the next slide, it shows the two existing clinics, Humboldt Open Door Clinic and North Country Clinic, that will be consolidating in this project. And our objectives I've touched on those before, but we want to increase efficiency by putting these two older buildings together. We want to have a new and modern environment for patients. We will do some design features that we've done in our other big clinics that help the care team, the physicians and the nurses and the medical assistants and behavioral health people work as a care team to do what we call the medical home model. And then it's also going to help us serve our community into the future because we won't be tied to these older failing buildings. In the next slide, it summarizes what we're hoping to do. We're really not adding capacity. We are just hoping to be able to replicate the number of exam rooms to serve the number of patients. Of course, it will be a much more modern facility. It will have conference rooms and infrastructure that we don't have in our current cramped buildings. But I think that the chart speaks for itself. So we will have some small reduction in staff because we won't have to duplicate front desks and lab and some of the places, but we won't be losing any of our employees because we have a lot of turnover at our other sites, and so all of our employees are golden to us, especially if they're experienced, so we're not getting rid of anybody. So I think now I'm going to turn it over to Mike O'Brien, who's our architect, and he's going to talk a little bit about the site and the facility. Thank you.
Hello, how are you? We are the project architect, Pressy & Associates, and we've been working with Open Door and Cheyenne and many other members on the design team for a number of years. We helped design some of their other facilities, and this is another great opportunity for them to bring in a very modern, up-to-date facility that provides all the medical care that they can provide. I think they're somewhat limited at their current facilities due to just the existing building conditions. Medicine changes drastically and quickly, and the medical world has changed drastically since those buildings were originally occupied by them, and they've done every effort to continue to modernize as much as possible within the limited parameters. But in the process of putting together other projects for them and doing a lot of other medical projects, it's become fairly evident that it's very difficult to provide the support spaces and proper use of spaces and the organization and efficiencies that you can provide in a new facility. This facility, 32,500 square feet. Obviously, you can see it takes up a lot of the site. We've been working diligently to figure out exactly how to make that site work, how to make it efficient, but also not just plaster on a bunch of, concrete and asphalt and parking and then not make it feel like a friendly space to visit. Most of the access and public access will be from the Foster Ave side. The entrance is on that side as well. Actually, could I borrow that? So this area right here is actually the entrance, and one of the kind of key features on this site, besides obviously the parking and the building itself, is that we're going to have, for lack of a better term, retention basins or lids that are going to be basically landscaped areas to receive and control the site water. It also provides some great opportunities for some natural feeling spaces and helps kind of absorb some of the slight issues. The site does slope from Sunset Avenue down to Foster Avenue, not aggressively, but it does slope By the time you put a building on there and get everything really flat, it ends up being, about a 5-foot difference on the lower end of the site. And so all of these landscaped areas also create great opportunities for some terracing and some nice use of the site and some cresting of the site so that it doesn't feel so rigid and so kind of developed, I guess you could say. We've brought in a feature of a large plaza in the front to help kind of orient the building and draw people in. All the parking was put down on this end of the site for a number of different reasons. Partially was that it allows better view corridors. It also, this part of the site is just slightly larger, and as you can see, it takes up a lot of the site. So it ended up working out really well to push it to that end of the building, or that end of the site. And the adjacent site is developed as well. So we figured it was nicer to keep kind of the developed properties closer to each other and leave some more area with less developed buildings. And a lot of that was in keeping with trying to maintain some balance with the neighborhood on one side and the school on the other side, and then the multi-story residences on the other side. So we can go to the next slide. Obviously, we're going to be putting in new curb, sidewalk, gutters along Foster. We're going to be continuing on sidewalk and gutters along the Sunset side, kind of making a connection that's missing right now. Currently, we have 70-plus parking spaces, which is right in between the min and max for the city of Arcata. One of the other requirements that we're proceeding with is a new westbound city bus stop that we're working with the city on. There's going to be a pedestrian trail. Could you actually go back? I apologize. So we're adding a pedestrian trail. One of the constant issues was right now this is an open site, so a lot of people use the site, they cross over the site, and we didn't want to totally eliminate that ability to cross from Sunset to the other side by limiting any pedestrian traffic. So one of the agreements made was to create a pedestrian path, more just like a meandering nature path that you can connect from one side to the other in between Open Doors property and the adjacent property. And then in addition, we have an accessible path that comes along this side of the building and finds its way all the way to Foster. So we've created two different outlets, one kind of a little bit more, I guess, nature or user-friendly, and then the other one much more accessible and meeting all the slopes requirements, et cetera. We can go ahead and move on. One of the features that I already mentioned was the predominant native landscaping and the storm water bioretention system. Obviously that inherently, and if you've seen them before, creates some really kind of natural landscape feels and kind of helps propagate the planting of the site rather than just having a bunch of small planters. Laura's been going through a lot of different efforts to coordinate with traffic safety, to make sure that we're working with issues that have been brought up about the roundabout, issues that have been brought up about possibly crossing the street, access to the site. So there's been a lot of effort to make sure that we're not only meeting requirements, but hopefully exceeding them and providing new avenues for safe crossings, ways to get over to the bike trail, et cetera, from the site. We can go on to the next slide. They aren't super clear right now, but these are the elevations of the building. Flat 2D elevations don't do the building justice because, as you can see from the site plan, it kind of has a 30-degree hitch in the building. But this essentially is the front view of the building from Foster. This is the entrance. It's essentially a 2-story space. It will be mostly glass. One of the design features in this is a modern building, and as far as medical is concerned, and so we're bringing in some features to try to accentuate some of that modern feel to the building. It's not an excessively modern design. I don't want to confuse the two, but we do have some pretty expressive elements with some strong features that kind of wrap around some elements of the building. We wanted to keep the vertical profile a little bit lower, being that it's right next to a residential neighborhood, but still bring some strong elements into it. So we went with flat roofs rather than sloped roofs, and then brought in some kind of dynamic elements with the positive and negative spaces on the building. The 2-story entrance is a volume space that goes up to a second floor where the elevators go up and the stairs come up, and it also adjoins with the conference room, which creates for a nice opportunity for events and kind of views of the area. There is an outside deck actually outside this, so it's a really great opportunity for the staff to have a great opportunity to get outside and look and have some wonderful views. This is looking from, I guess that'd be west over towards the building. This side is probably the least visible side in most cases because this is the side that's blocked by the multi-story residential buildings over there. This side is essentially looking from the traffic circle, and then this side is looking more from the neighborhood along Sunset. One of the features that we tried to do along the neighborhood side was create some elements that are only single story. All these ones that look kind of like a wood finish are all single story elements to kind of step down the building as we approach that side rather than just having a huge 2-story wall along there. There's a lot of effort to kind of use materials that maybe feel a little more comfortable in the neighborhood or a little bit more associated with the neighborhood and try to tie in a little bit more. And then this portion of the building is the portion that is then angling away, so it distances itself pretty quickly from the neighborhood. All of the materials have been selected by both what we think accentuates the design. We have a aluminum panel material on kind of some of the strong gestural elements, but they're limited. And then we have most of the body of the building with a cementitious siding type material, which is used often. And then we have some other accent materials with possible wood or a wood similar material finish to feel kind of stained. Right now we're working with a couple actual wood materials, but it may end up being something that's a little more synthetic. It kind of depends on how the project plays out. And then we have some other areas like right over here, which is the large conference room up above, and back here over by the back stair where we have some cementitious panel systems. So instead of being siding, they're larger shaped rectangles of them. One of the things that we worked through in the design process was instead of going, when you think of an aluminum panel, if you've seen an aluminum panel on buildings before, often it's just a very rectilinear shape, and the cementitious panels can be done that way as well, very kind of uniform. Can we go to the next slide? This is a picture of a couple buildings that have kind of a different take on it, and it's a much more current use of aluminum panels and cementitious panels and the wood sidings. But if you look at this image right here, and I'm sorry it's not more clear, the panel system is much more mosaic. It's not just big square panels. They come in different shapes. Sorry. They come in different shapes and sizes, and that creates a much more modeled feeling, so it doesn't feel like just this big repetitive material going across the building. It also is more in keeping with some of the horizontal siding that we're doing other places, but then gives it just that little bit more modern feel and a little more edgy feel on those elements. And then you can see on these elements, this is the aluminum siding, and then this is the cementitious panels. So they don't differentiate that much. One is just more of a matte finish, and it's obviously a cementitious material, but looks more like your typical hardy siding. You can paint it. You can do a lot of different things. Where the aluminum panel is obviously aluminum. Comes in varied colors, but it's typically a little bit more shiny, a little bit more modern feeling. So, and then down here is just a bunch of different examples of potential cementitious siding, the lap siding that we would have on most of the building. All right. I think that maybe, is that it? Okay, so that was essentially the kind of the premise behind the design. Are you going to take over now? Okay. Obviously, we're just trying to get through to the next level, and we've gone through the planning level, and we feel like that we worked well with the planners and with Joe to really progress this project. So I'm not sure where to go from here. That's all I have.
Thanks, Mike. Okay, so we are hoping to and looking forward to the resolutions and the ordinance that will approve this project and adopt the EIR. and the development agreement and the right-of-way vacation sometime soon, by April, it sounds like, and we're very happy to have that done because we're hoping to submit our construction drawings in May so that we can obtain a building permit and begin site work in the summertime. Just enough time to maybe get some of our site work done and begin the building construction later in that fall or the spring so that we can open our doors in the winter of 2021. So looking forward to your future approvals on this project, and we're happy to answer any of your questions that you may have. Thank you.
I had a couple of specific questions. Number one, the wetland mitigation that's going to go down by Foster and Alliance. Will that impact our future roundabout at Foster and Alliance? Okay, I see Nature saying no.
No, it will not. And we can pull up some imagery for you, but can you go back to the aerial photo? The roundabout is designed. The roundabout is designed around the existing sidewalks, and if you can zoom in, we're going to zoom in on the corner there.
Right.
And you can see the existing sidewalk just inside the green on the northwest portion there. So that roundabout will be within that existing intersection. The new wetland will be inside the triangular area there, and so they're not going to overlap.
Okay. Next, just a westbound bus stop at the skate park.
The applicants are going to be providing design features for the westbound, and they're looking at eastbound one across from there as well.
Across the street by the high school.
The project is contributing to the design of the one at the skate park, and the city will be doing the one on the other side.
Okay, and the consideration of what the parking for the skaters, is that going to go away? And then what mitigation are we going to, where are they going to park? Since they're going to be going to the skate park. They go there now, so now where are we pushing them off to?
Well, currently there's only 2 or 3 parking. I'll show you here.
There's generally 3 plus or minus cars there
right
anytime
here.
There's good weather.
So the future bus stop would be here. It'll be pushed in, and the bus stop would be somewhere in this area. So this 3 parking will be gone, definitely.
Okay, they're going to go somewhere. So, consideration of where do they go, because whoever they are, they go there on a regular basis, and I drive this road purposely to get the feel of it because of all the development, and there's always cars there. So, it will end up coming back to us and saying, hey, a skate park's useless since I can't park there.
So the couple of considerations around parking were discussed at the Planning Commission level as well. Folks that go to the skate park, a few of them are able to park right in front of the skate park, but like many amenities in the city of Arcata, you may have to park a block away, and currently people do park about a block away. In addition, this didn't come up in the presentation, but currently that site, or historically that site has been used for, parking for the community for various events at the school and so on and so forth. And the Open Door has made the commitment to continue to allow that parking, in off hours for those other events. And so skateboarders can park in their parking lot when it's not in use.
And what are those hours? I mean, when does the facility close so that the skaters can go over there and park?
I don't know the exact hours. Maybe the applicant can speak to that, but weekends and after business hours typically. If you're interested in specific hours, they'd have to address that.
That's good enough. I look at it and say, we created this amenity, this skate park, and now we're pulling away part of the amenity. In other words, if I drive in from Eureka to skate at Arcata Skate Park, I got to find a place to park. So it's just a consideration that maybe when it becomes an issue, we have an idea what they can do, because they're not going to be skating at night most of the time there. It's mostly daytime when the facility's open.
One really nice thing is there's going to be a bus stop right at the skate park, and so they can take the bus.
Right. Okay. And the next item that comes up for me is, if I look at the project, the driveways onto Foster Avenue, there's like 2 driveways. And one of them's got in and out, and the other one's out. And I don't understand why we don't have in and out, since Foster at that point is very busy. It's very confusing for people, and for it to be in and out is a traffic issue in my mind. If you drive this area a lot, you'll find that when you try to make a left turn coming out of Eastern, Western, or any of that it's really seriously difficult down the road. And at this corner right here, it's going to be really difficult. So, I mean, this looks good on the map, but the reality is, if I drive into that facility and I try to come out where that in and out is and make a left turn onto Foster, I got a real problem there, because I'm making a left turn in front of people that are coming from the roundabout, and it just feels much safer for it to be one way in there and one way out. And I don't understand why it isn't that way.
I'll go ahead and take that question.
Sure.
So the in and out it's a fair distance from the distance, and it's further than we need to be, and it's plenty of time for visually. We have some reductions in plantings and everything else to maintain visual corridors, but this is the main entrance in and out of the property. This is only a drop-off zone. It's a one-way drop-off zone, and it's to really provide 2 different features. One, to allow patients that need to be closer to the door dropped off, and also to alleviate some of the pain of they have a portion of traffic that does just come in, drop off, and leave, versus other ones that stay at the parking lot. One thing that's unique about a medical facility, especially this particular medical facility, Open Doors medical facilities, is they don't have a steady row of cars coming out at any one time. Everything will be very staggered. There's going to be maybe 2 cars coming out at any one time. So it really doesn't behoove or require the necessity of 2 complete driveways. But by doing just a one-way, what we found was that it would start creating confusion with people trying to, drop somebody off and having too many cars go through the space. So after just looking at the problem in a lot of different ways and kind of trying to find out what we felt was the safest, all signs will make this feel like the main in and out exit, and then this will be only for drop-off.
Okay, I understand that, and I understand your logic in it. My sense of this intersection, this space here, is that there's a lot of traffic. We call it the Foster Expressway. The local people call it the Foster Avenue Expressway, and they don't say that for no reason. Okay, so I'm looking at it saying, okay, now we're going to add to that expressway an in and out not far from the roundabout. Okay, it may be far in your mind, but not in mine, because it's half a mile down to Alliance, right? So right there is a pinch point, and I'm just wondering, what mitigations are we going to do traffic-wise to allow somebody to come out and make a left turn against traffic that's just whipped through that roundabout?
I think that would probably rest more with the city than with us.
Sure. I mean, it's going to end up being our problem, whether, one way or another.
We did look at the driveway, and there is enough sight visibility, and for a person when he stops, he or she can look at the vehicle coming to him, and then he or she could make the left turn appropriately. And there are enough gaps, definitely. I know there's a 6,000 vehicles in a 24-hour period, but there are some gaps when the people could come out of the driveway. And currently that's happening at the Sunset, and people are able to, it's been like, I would say, that our Kramer apartments are fully used, I would say, at this point, and we haven't seen any complaints. People are able to come in and out from those two driveways.
Quite a ways from the roundabout. I mean, my concern is, I trust what you're saying, but we're adding a in and out very close to that roundabout, in my mind, and hopefully we've got a plan for what we do there, if indeed it becomes an issue. Especially if the going to work time and the leaving time from the facility, especially if the going to work, opening and closing of the facility corresponds to HSU's class times, busy times. It's going to go over to you. You're going to have to figure it out after this thing gets built. Maybe some adjustment could be made today in the sense that that driveway, instead of being so close to that roundabout, in my mind, could be pushed down. It doesn't look like there's any reason for it to be exactly where it is.
And
I mean, that's a slight mitigation to shift it further west.
Just got to piggyback, I think, on some of your comments. And I was thinking the same thing about, 8 a.m., for example, people going to work, doctor's appointments, going to school. And my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I believe there was discussion about it was expected that cars would be queued from the roundabout to the entrance, at least during some times of the day, because there would be so much traffic there. Is that not correct?
No, I have not heard that.
Okay, so I'm wrong. And then who owns the property across the street on the south side? The high school? Okay. I don't know. I mean, to me, it seems like, I guess ideally there would be like a turn pocket. I'm just saying that would be ideal.
Go ahead. It seems like you had something to say.
So can we go back to the other side?
Okay, hang on just a second. We got one more comment.
Well, it's just because, Netra, you said that you haven't had any complaints. I have been getting complaints of people coming out of the apartments that are just to the west of there, that they come sort of charging out onto Foster Avenue without a stop sign. I guess there's no stop sign there. I mean, it is coming out of a private parking area. Maybe you don't put stop signs there, but he's saying we don't. And
we don't have stop signs going out of Kramer's Terrace apartment?
Yeah, you're right. We do not have stop signs at the driveways from the entrance to the Foster. They are supposed to yield coming to the Foster Avenue.
well, anyway, I've had people tell me that they've nearly gotten into accidents there, that people just come charging out of those things without thought of the people coming down Foster. So just wanted to, I haven't passed that on to you, but so I have had complaints about it there.
We're also concerned about the speed and the traffic on Foster, and so I'm not sure if it will get approved, but I know our staff have gone to the traffic committee to ask for sort of a raised crosswalk. We're also concerned about people using our path and then getting over to the other path safely with the traffic there. And so what we've been asking since the beginning of the project is to have a raised crosswalk there that would serve two purposes. One, it would slow people down on Foster, and then it would also allow for a safe crossing from in front of our facility to the other pathway. So we hope something like that could happen. And we did talk extensively about, and we feel pushed the driveway as far as we can and still have a logical entrance to the parking lot without creating extra problems. And so that was our hope, is that will eventually be approved and put in place, and I think it will help the situation there a lot.
Well, I like the idea of the raised walkway. That does make a lot of sense, and it would slow people down. It'd be like a speed bump. And that seems like a pretty effective method. getting people across, because people are driving too fast on that road, just general.
No, I like that too, and that's one thing. And I think I mentioned it in the past is I really don't like the locations of the crosswalks all along Foster Crossing from one, and that new strip. It's just I drive through that at least once a day, if not 3 or 4 times a day, and it's just when people are waiting to cross. I guess like one example is there's like maybe it's like a street light or a sign or something, and then that's where the person is standing. So as you're driving and you're peripheral vision, you're looking side to side, it's just not really clear, at least to me that I guess I'd like to see something a little safer.
Yeah. I think that I think you're correct. Both of you are bringing up something that when I look at it, I think, okay. Yeah, you approve this project, and it all looks good on paper, and then we end up with all of these issues compounding as the Foster Avenue extension goes into Creekside. Now we're adding more people that are going to use that road, and then you go, okay, well, what can we do? Well, I'm asking you now to think about what you're going to do when everything's built out and it's a problem. So they can't move the driveway. We're going to have to think about how we can make it safe for somebody making a left turn out of there, because when I come out of the roundabout, I don't have to stop. There's no stop signs all the way to Alliance. So the people that drive that road and go to school up at Humboldt every day, they're like, I've hit Alliance and now I'm straight on through. And their intention is to drive straight on through. There are no stop signs, and the people coming up to it have to wait. And so we're all going to be dealing with that. Thank you, Nathan.
Definitely. So those concerns did come at TSC, and potential solutions were having a flashing crosswalk. And how that would be funded, I think we've been talking with the project manager here, how that will be funded, putting a rapid flashing crosswalk. The crosswalk, we have not determined the exact location for the crosswalk right now, or the raised crosswalk, because there is if you go to the map earlier, this map. So we don't have exact location for the crosswalk because there is a driveway, and there is a trail on the south side, and there is a nature path. So we want to know exactly what is the safest location where a vehicle could see a person, and also we don't want to have a multiple crosswalk. So there will be only one crosswalk in front of the project potentially, and that will be potentially in front of that nature trail right there, or at the entrance. And we are trying to figure out what that would be, and we are having a site walk in a week or 2 and try to determine the exact location. And that would be potentially a raised crosswalk with a rapid flashing button on it. That's one of the solutions. And for the roundabout at the TSC, we discussed that crosswalk. Potentially at that location as well, it could use a rapid flashing sign. So
and the crosswalk at the roundabout, can you point that with a laser?
Yes. The crosswalk, these crosswalks here, 1, 2, 3, 4. All the 4 legs of the crosswalk should potentially get a rapid flashing sign. That was one of the comments that came from TSC for future. So people are aware of it, they're not speeding there, and people are aware of people are walking there, and people who are walking there constantly, they will be pushing the button, so it will be flashing, so the speed will be slow.
And maybe we can come up with a proximity sensor, so when you walk up to the stops, to the crosswalk, it starts flashing, because people have a resistance to pushing buttons. Okay, the one on Samoa and F, you can stand there all day long and watch people walk up to it, they look at the button, they cross, they don't push the button. So it is a consideration, especially in a high spot like this.
Yes, definitely.
Where you got a lot of pedestrians and you got a lot of traffic and people trying to get to school and work on time.
Technology does exist. We will look into that.
Frankfurt.
Yes.
They had them multi-years ago.
Okay.
Just really quick, I was going to ask, and I just want to double check. Emergency vehicles do not go to this facility, right? Like an ambulance, they do? Yes, they do. So I guess we need to take that in consideration with the raise if we do, because I know that can slow them down. Yeah. Like speed bumps and.
Yeah. You have some clarity on the emergency vehicles?
I think so. I mean, I've worked for Open Door for 42 years, so in my experience, a site might have someone need to be evacuated by ambulance once every couple weeks.
Okay.
We also have to make provision for the fire trucks to be able to get in there, so there's going to be a nice wide path of travel. It isn't a constant kind of thing, but certainly if somebody needs extra help, we would call the ambulance and they would get picked up.
Good. You know, I had a further question on the site. There are two parking lots, as I see. The architect said there's one parking lot, but I think he meant there's one there, but there's another little one up there. Now, what's the point of that? I guess I don't understand that.
Well, the site doesn't really lend itself to a lot of parking. We gave up a quarter of an acre to the Foster Avenue extension, so, you know, we're kind of challenged to put everything on there that we need on there. The way the facility is designed, and I don't know if you want to look at floor plans, we brought them, but they're kind of big on boards. But the way the facility is designed is in that back corner where that curved entry is, that's where receiving is. And so that little back parking lot is set up to have trucks who are going to drop off supplies, essentially, be able to park there. The people who pick up the hazardous waste, our hazardous waste will be located back there so that they can come to the facility and pick that up. And then because we had a little bit of flat spot left, we decided to put some staff parking back there. Okay. Mostly our staff are going to have to commute or find other ways to work, but it's nice if our physicians can have a place to park, and so that's connected to the staff entry also back there.
Great, thanks. I didn't really see any indication of what it was.
The garbage cans are back there too, so that's
Okay, yeah,
how the garbage truck will come in.
Okay.
And I just wanted to verify, just because I didn't see any arrows, is that back parking space that you're describing for deliveries? Yeah, is it just kind of where the opening is there that touches Sunset? Is that the in and out?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
They'll come in and go out there.
And just, I mean, is that? I know, you know, as you go up the street there, it starts. There's elevation gain. Yeah. So does the driveway slope down?
No, I think it's
level right
street
there?
level
Pretty
right now.
Okay.
I park up there to go to soccer games.
Okay.
It's street level now, and
Thank you.
Okay, I don't have any more questions. Anybody else?
I do want to just thank the architect, because it looked to me like there was some thoughtfulness, sense of design. I like the way you described it and what you're aiming for, you know, modern medical, but you're also fitting it into the neighborhood. And so I just appreciate that thoughtfulness. So I just want to thank you for that. So we're not approving the environmental impact report yet.
No, the only action that we're asking you
Not quite done. Yeah.
The only action we're asking you to take tonight is to adopt 195-2.
Right.
And we actually didn't get our public comment yet. We've only had the proponent, as I understand it. So if the public would like to comment on this project or on whatever we're talking about here, you can come on up. All right, seeing nobody, I'll close that. So we need to get some motions going
So I'll
here.
make a motion to approve resolution number 190-52. Is there more that I need to say? Do we? Okay. And to set the hearing date on March 18th, right? Continue.
No, we do want you to continue this hearing to March 18th. So you're setting with the resolution a hearing date for April 1 and then continuing this hearing to March 18.
Okay. So, I'm not sure I really fully follow. Okay, I'll make a motion to adopt resolution number 190-52.
Second.
Okay, thank you. And continue the public hearing to March 18th, 2020.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on that item. All those in favor?
Aye.
Now on number 3, the review and provide staff direction on approval documents, including resolution number 195-3, ordinance 11530, etc.
I mean, I think all of the remainder items are, if you have any additional concerns that you need addressed by staff before we bring this project back on March 18th, I mean, regardless of what they are, if they're captured in these documents or not, but if there's any outlying concerns that you have that you want to make sure those questions are answered, that's the direction we're looking for.
Okay.
And if you can't make that tonight, that's all right too. We would just want to know, like Councilmember Ornelas said, she does need a little bit of additional time with the EIR. You know, that's certainly understandable. It's a big document.
I'm good. Do you need a motion?
No, I think we just,
Nothing?
we just have a further meeting, March 18th.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Great.
And this is a really exciting project, so we're it's happy to see it coming forward to us.
Thank you.
Okay. Next is item having to do with establishing the City of Arcata Underground Utility District 8 on G and H Streets between 11th and 18th Streets. Can I have a staff report, please?
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Council Member, and members of the public. Thank you for being here. So I'll just go, I would not read the staff report. I have some bullet points. I'll just read through that. Under the direction of CPUC, PG&E allocates under Rule 20A work credits to cities and communities. And so far, we have $1.75 million as a work credit. But we cannot use that fund unless we have an established underground district in place. Late in 80s and 90s, we used to have an underground committee who used to talk about what areas should be underground. And from that recommendation, this was one of the areas that should be undergrounded for future. So based on that, we are selecting that. And if we don't designate, PG&E will, or CPUC will, allocate our funds to some other communities who have an active underground district. So by doing this resolution and passing through it today, we will be establishing a district, so they will not be able to take our money away from us. To do this, we did send letters to all the residents adjacent to the project, and we did receive 3 phone calls and 1 email in support of that. So overall, people are in support of that, and we do want to do that. There is not enough money to do a whole project right away. Even with $1.75 million, we will be able to do only 1.5 or 2 blocks at the most. So it will take time, but we don't want to lose our money. That's the reason we are adopting this resolution today. And if everything goes well, in next, I would say 3 to 4 years, we'll start a project. We will have enough money to do a decent-sized project. And once we start that, the project will start where our District 7 terminates on 11th Street at GNH, then we'll go north.
I'm ready to make a motion. Do we want to just do that? Just
We have
Public comment, of course. So if any member of the public would like to comment on this item, please come forward.
Okay, I'll make a motion to adopt resolution number 190-31, establishing the City of Arcata Underground Utility District 8 on G and H streets between 11th and 18th Street.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Thank you, Netra.
Right.
Yeah. Well, yeah, no use torturing.
Right. Next is having to do with the mid-year budget review.
Oh, you take it.
What is this? Oh, okay. Okay.
Good evening, Council. Just presenting our mid-year review, so 6 months of activity for the City of Arcata from July of 2019 through January of 2020. We just take this time to review where we stand as a city for our revenue estimates and our appropriations, as well as a projection of our year-end fund balances. I'm happy to report there are a couple different highlights I'd like to go through. There are several revenue areas where we are projecting higher revenues than we expected. For instance, our sales tax revenue and our transaction use tax revenue, a little over $130,000 conservatively estimating before year end that we'll realize those revenues. We also are looking at building permits as another area to potentially generate higher revenues than initially budgeted. Now, that being said, there are some areas for general fund where we are expecting decreases. One of those areas where we had initially budgeted was for our Measure Z funding, a little over $100,000 less revenue than initially budgeted for or expected. And then I did want to point out a couple of other areas to note. So as part of this staff report, we're asking for council to approve different transfers or appropriations. One of the areas that we're also asking for additional approval on is additional general fund expenditure of $26,000 related to our Curtis Avenue nuisance abatement. That $26,000 could potentially be recovered once that property is sold, but we're recommending that that amount initially be pulled from our general fund reserve. And all in all, with the increases that we've had in revenue for general fund and the decreases, we're expecting about a $33,000 deficit of that general fund revenue that we would realize before fiscal year end. If you choose to approve the additional $26,000 expenditure for Curtis Ave abatement, that would put us at about a $59,000 deficit for our general fund revenue reserve. Now, that being said, our reserves are very healthy citywide. Even with that additional expenditure approved, we would still be at our 25% recommended reserve amounts for our operating expenditures. So that was just a quick recap on where we stand with general fund. For some of our other city funds, I did want to point out that city staff have been working diligently on achieving different grant funding sources. One of the larger funds I believe has been brought to council previously is related to our community development department and our Isaacson's multifamily housing project. That is about $2.3 million. There's a couple of other grants as well, and then one of the other areas I wanted to note is our environmental services department has been able to procure $1.5 million in grant funding since budget was approved for our Swanner Forest purchase. So just a couple of different areas where we've been able to bring in revenue sources since budget was adopted. And overall, just another update as we go into our budget setting process for 2020 into 2021. We are looking at capital improvement areas, and we are also looking at different appropriations for vehicles for the next year, and potentially different financing options for that. So just a quick update on where we're headed with budget and our look back at mid-year as well.
Questions?
Go ahead.
I had something on Curtis Avenue, and I noticed that the sign there that Nelson put on the property said February 28th. That's a drop-dead date. And so since we're beyond that, if we approve this, how fast can we get that money into that property?
So immediately tomorrow, once everything is said and done, resolution is signed off on, I could start making the motions as far as doing budget adjustments related to.
So we don't have to wait a month to do it.
Yeah, from a money appropriation, we can do that quickly.
Okay.
From obtaining a court order to complete the full nuisance abatement, I'll let the city attorney talk about the potential for that timeline. Or not.
Yeah, I'm not actually ready to commit right this moment.
Okay.
But yeah, we have initiated
Yeah.
the next steps, and so hopefully it will proceed.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just curious on that timing.
It has not fallen off of anybody's radar. We're moving as quickly as we can.
Yeah, just that I've been looking at that property for like 3 years, and I'm finally, the sign says February 28th, and when I was standing there looking at it, one of the neighbors is like, "What is that?" I said, "Well, let's read it together. This is really happening, you know?"
Yeah, and it will proceed to happen as
Thank
quickly as we can.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for indulging me in the topic.
I'd like to wait on, I don't know, I feel like any money we spend out of the reserves the priority should be for disaster preparedness, supplies of that nature, another generator, that kind of thing. I think it's great we have 25%. We've met that goal, but I don't know that means that any money over 25% is, fair game to be identified as a source for capital improvement projects. I'd just like to see those savings grow, and if we do spend anything, I feel like it should be on disaster preparedness. If we just, I guess I'd like to see us wait until we have our next budget meeting. I just personally am concerned about our budget the next fiscal year and the year or two after that. I know that, we have this additional cost that is, I guess, going to hit us the next fiscal year of $300,000 for the extra pay period that we've already told the employees they're going to get. And also, last year, frankly, we gave pay increases and benefits and negotiations that we had not budgeted for. So, I believe the response at the time was, well, we'll just see how things go when it comes to where that money is going to come from. So I would like to continue to see how things go, I guess, before we, I don't know, start feeling confident the revenues are up or, spending reserves.
So are you saying you don't want to put the money towards the Curtis Avenue?
Not right now. I'd like to at least wait until we have our budget review for the next fiscal year. It's kind of out of sight. It's not, I don't know. I don't know that it's a priority over emergency preparedness, for example.
I guess I'm not concerned about spending that money because we will have a lien on that property and we'll get that money back. And if we clean it up, I think it'll sell because properties are super valuable in Arcata. Properties don't sit around. So as our city manager pointed out, the last time we put some money into I guess it was an abatement, is that what we would call that? It sold before we even had to pay the cleanup yet, so it's, I'm feeling fairly confident with that one as far as and I'd rather see us move forward. We've kind of made a promise to the neighbors. I just don't want to drag it out. That's the way I feel about that.
Yeah, and we're in a process, and the money may not be spent tomorrow. So.
Well, and truly, I almost feel fairly confident that by the next budget that we're doing, we will have, that property will have sold and we will have gotten our money back. Because I just don't, I don't see it as a risk, really.
Well, it's a risk right now, the way it is. So,
I think it's a health risk, it's an image risk, it's neighborhood depression risk.
It's an attractive nuisance still.
So there's reasons to clean it up. I did have a question about Measure Z.
Well, it's just on this subject really quick before we move on. And the reason we're identifying to take this from the reserves is because we're actually short that money.
That's
right.
correct.
So yeah. So I'm just saying, we're already negative 26,000. And so that's why they want to pull it from
Right.
reserves.
Yeah, so it brought it up to like 59,000 that we're going. I feel like, I mean, I've watched the city go down to what was our sort of worst year, 18% reserves or something like that. And now we're back up to 25. So I'm feeling pretty good in that element.
And I guess it's like, if there's an actual emergency, disaster that's, extended period of time, that money's going to be gone in a few months. So I know it sounds like a big number, 25%. It does sound pretty significant. But I think that, when you actually play it out to having to really draw on them for an emergency, it's not going to last a very long time.
Well, I understand your concerns, Councilmember Watson, but I still feel like I would want to put the money towards cleaning this up, and I feel confident that we will get that money back from the sale of the property. I did have a question about Measure Z. Is that just a grant we didn't get funded?
Yes, so I believe countywide there were 30% reductions. So we asked for more than what we actually received, but we had hoped when we initially budgeted that we would get the full amount that we asked for.
And so with that, because that too was a question for me, so I don't know, this may not be a you question, maybe this is more of a Karen question. I mean, that funds our juvenile diversion program and really important outreach to parents and youth. And so so is this for like another 3-year cycle in terms of, like, I guess, where are we at in the grant allocation from Measure Z, and how does that affect the sustainability of the program?
So the Measure Z funds are actually just funded year to year. And so we have just submitted our applications for next year's funding. And it might be, in the past years, we had received full allocation. They took a number of sustaining grants and they reduced them by this 30%. We'll go back and ask for that full allocation, and we'll push for that. I mean, I think there was some philosophical changes within the Measure Z committee and the recommendations that they made between recognizing that a portion of Measure Z was supposed to fund ongoing positions associated with, crime prevention and law enforcement. And those are going to need to be funded year after year. So we're going to try to have that conversation at the table this year again, considering that Measure Z has, gone back out. It was approved for an indeterminate period of time until, again, changed by voters, that the intent of that is to support staff long-term. And we'll have that conversation and try to argue our case for full funding again this year.
And so when will we hear their decision? How does that overlay with our
budget process in terms of timing?
Yeah.
I'd have to double check on what they're producing for this year, but I'd be happy to send that out to the whole council in terms of that timeline.
Just because if it is going to be, if we're not going to get the full allocation that we're requesting, I think then it would be important for us to figure out how, as a council, we can continue to support those projects. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
And I just want to clarify, so the recommendation to approve this with pulling the 26,000 from the reserves, that's your recommendation?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
You still have that recommendation?
I still do, because we're at that 25%.
Just want to make sure, just double checking.
Yeah.
Public comment?
Has staff looked into, so now getting sort of at, the emergency issues and being prepared with generators and things, has staff looked into grant funding on these things? I mean, I imagine you have.
Yeah, and the reason that I put this in front of you is that is exactly what we asked for in the PSPS governor's grants. And actually, at the time that we were even finalizing the agenda for tonight, we hadn't heard, but by tonight, we did get, final notice that we did not receive any money. Nobody in Humboldt County received money on the PSPS governor's grants. So I just wanted to put that back in front of you in terms of those were, from emergency preparedness, the initial needs that the city identified to help better prepare us for emergencies. Again, any of those being funded would be pulled completely out of reserves. Some of that might be split between general fund water and wastewater, depending on the appropriation that you chose. And we don't have a clear recommendation, but I know that the council had a lot of opinions and thoughts around what was critical at this point. And if you wanted to have any of that discussion tonight, you certainly could. If not, I'm sure we're going to have a lot of discussion about it as we move through budget.
One thing I did want to propose in terms of scheduling the CERT trainings for staff. I'm wondering if that is something that we as a council can give the green light on for this fiscal year, understanding that it may not actually happen until the new fiscal year. I'm not entirely sure how that would work, but I feel like getting that scheduled now, like I wouldn't want the $10,000 to be a barrier from like getting it on the calendar and getting our staff all ready to do that training. So that's just one thought. I don't know when exactly that would be expended, if that would be expended in this fiscal year or not, but I feel like I don't want the 10,000 to be the thing that's keeping us from scheduling it and moving forward with it. And if it does happen right before the end of the fiscal year, I feel like at that point it's...
So there is a new CERT curriculum that is being finalized. It will be rolled out in Humboldt County. The first new training will be between, my understanding is probably sometime in April. So likely, the earliest that they would want to then have that training in Arcata, would probably be somewhere between May and August. But we could work on those dates. So it could fall in either fiscal year if that was a priority of the council. But it would be good if we wanted to get that on calendar, maybe to identify that. It might still not be budgeted until next fiscal year, but we could move forward.
And I just want to clarify, CERT is the emergency responder?
Yeah, it's the Community Emergency Response Team training.
So, I absolutely agree with you. And because it's related to disaster preparedness, I would be a proponent of funding that out of the reserves, as soon as possible.
I agree too.
Great.
I agree.
So I've been on this kind of role for a little while, the USDA, because they have a lot of, we were talking with one of the people who represent this area with the USDA, and she was saying they have a lot of money right now and apply for it. And so I'm looking at this Community Facilities Direct Loan and Grant Program. I'm sure you guys are aware of this, but it seems to me that we could get some of these things through that. We could get some kind of generator, certainly for the, to power lift stations and pump stations. That's essential. I just want to encourage staff, and I imagine you are, but I just thought I would.
We are actually looking into that. There's 2 grants through USDA that are funding equipment right now, and they're doing a 50% match. So I do have staff looking into both of those options through USDA for some of these pieces.
Great, thanks.
So it seems like there's a majority, if not a consensus, on funding the CERT training if needed. Right. So do we just add that to the motion?
Do you want to make the motion? Or?
Sure. Yeah. Do we? So I'm ready to make a motion. Do you want to do public comment really quick?
Yeah.
Just.
Is there any member of the public who would like to comment on this item? Please come forward. Seeing none, take it back to council.
So I will support the staff recommendation and amend resolution number 190-01, adopting the annual budget for fiscal year 2019-2020, and also approve the use of $10,000 from the reserve funds to fund CERT training. Does that work?
Second.
You second?
Yeah, I halfway. I wasn't.
All right. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Right. Opposed? Thank you. Right. And next is item E, consider a salary adjustment for council members as provided under state law. And if a salary adjustment is made, identify the amount of the salary increase in ordinance number 1531 and introduce the ordinance. Could I have a staff report, please?
Yes, Mayor and Council, I think you are aware, but maybe for more the benefit of the public, your salaries, the council salaries, are governed by California statute and the municipal code. And under those regulations, the increases in salary can only be considered following an election year in which at least one term on the council is renewed or is a new term. And so essentially that happens at least every 2 years or only every 2 years that opportunity comes available. And also when you are eligible to consider a salary increase, the regulations also limit the amount of that increase can only be up to a maximum of 5% for each full calendar year that you are considering an increase. So the current eligibility for you to consider increases right now is as a result of the 2018 election. So this is the first time since that election that you've been considering it. And so it could be up to 5% for each calendar year of 2018 and 2019 would be what you're considering. The current salary for council is $668.64 a month. And if you noticed for your reference in the staff report, there is a table that gives you, again, a reference of assuming that you're going to consider an increase for the full 2 years and what that would look like at increments of 1%, 2%, 3%, 4%, 5%. And then as I think Mayor Winkler mentioned, if you do elect a salary increase tonight, that is passed by ordinance. So we would need you on the attached ordinance to your staff report. We would need to identify the per month salary amount that's being opted, as well as the percentage that's associated with that. If you have any other questions, I'm happy to answer.
Non-retroactive.
Correct.
So this is for the 2 years that have passed by.
Since the last, what they term operative increase, and so, yes.
Right.
That would
This
be
is a future increase.
And we actually have to make it, and it's stated in the ordinance, if you want me to read that again, but it would have to be the first pay period after the ordinance is effective. So we'll have introduction tonight, we'll have adoption your next meeting, and then 30 days after that. So I think we've identified, well, if you did assume, I think it would, I think it was going to be in April.
I'm clarifying. This is for the future. Those 2 years that we're getting the raise for are no retroactive for those.
Correct.
Right. Yeah, and I'll state right out in front that my goal as a council member is to someday have our wage be at least minimum wage for 20 hours a week. And I don't think that's too much to ask, and it may take quite a while to get there at 5% a year when the minimum wage is going up faster. So it's one of the considerations sometimes when people look at it, they go, well, employees got this or whatever. The employees don't have to live in the city of Arcata. We do. Okay? So for all the pluses and minuses, high rents, high property values, we have to pay for that. We can't move out of town unless we want to get off council. So they're not really apples and oranges in that regard, or they are apples and oranges. Mm-hmm. So anyway, that's where I am. I would like to see it be 5% for both years.
I don't disagree with you about just for example, at least minimum wage for 20 hours a week. I guess right now, again, just in light of the budget and I'd like to wait at least a few months. That's just my feeling on it. I always think about our planning commissioners, how they actually don't get paid. And they spend a lot of time, they get huge packets, long meetings, all the public comment. So I don't know. Right now, it's not something that I would like some more time to pass and a deeper analysis of our future budget before we do that.
So when you say more time to pass, what does that mean?
I don't know. I just want to have a better sense of, I don't feel like it's a good time to be giving ourselves raises. And I want to be more confident in the future outlook of our budget. And right now, I'm not, I just don't feel that strongly about it.
Oh, I never know how I feel about, well, I do, because I think I agree with Councilmember Watson. I feel like we maybe want to look at our next year's budget, go through some of that before we know about this. I hear what you're saying, and I guess that would bring us up to, so it would be like $800 a month.
No, it's
No, this is the.
$735.
No, this is the
That's
table.
1 week, yeah.
Table right here.
No, I was just trying to think of what you were aiming at, and I
Oh,
didn't.
You mean at minimum wage, which
Yeah.
is right now, what is it for us
It's like
in our city of Arcata? For this size of an employer?
It's $13.
$13 an hour
Oh,
yes.
times whatever, 80 hours for a month.
80.
So we're actually not too far off.
87.
Well, wait a second.
20 hours, I mean, I don't have my calculator in front of me.
Well, wait a second. You $13 an hour times 80 hours
Yeah, somebody,
is not $735.
it's probably not too far off.
It is far. I'm sure I have a calculator. I mean,
Well, 80 in a month, so it'd be about $1,040 a month.
be 1,040 versus 735 if we were going to
So
do
we're
that
like
today.
two-thirds there.
So we're $300 away
Okay.
right now, and it's going to go up again next year, minimum wage, right?
Yes,
get to 15.
January 1, it'll be $14 an hour.
And when it
So-
gets to 15, that would be $1,200 a month.
I think just, for the benefit of the public, in addition to the stipend, we also get health insurance. And if you don't take the health insurance, I believe thanks to you, we get the buyout, which I get.
Opt-out.
Yeah, the opt-out. So before taxes, now I'm up to like $950 a month. And I still get free dental and vision, like 100% free. So I just want it to be clear, that it's not just the stipend, that there are other benefits.
No, that's true, and all elected officials generally in the county get that. Okay.
Well, I know Ferndale gets nothing. They get absolutely nothing.
The
It's a different situation.
CR Board of Trustees even gets health insurance. And that's
The
not
City of Blue Lake Council gets $50 a meeting and no health insurance.
So
Right.
here's the thing. I feel like with these examples, it's almost like it's a race to the bottom of like,
Right.
well, Ferndale gets, or gets nothing, Blue Lake gets $50 a meeting, and it's like, that's a problem. This is an equity issue. I think oftentimes we want to have folks, run for city council and be a part of the process, and a huge barrier for folks is economics. And I mean, just a week or two ago, I was at a taco truck in Eureka, and someone was like, "What are you doing in Eureka?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm on my lunch break." And they're like, "What do you mean you're on your lunch break?" I'm like, "I work in Eureka. I work for the county." And they were surprised that I have a full-time job. And I know many of us, this is not our full-time job. We work full-time, and then we work on top of that to fulfill the obligations. And so if we're thinking about folks in this community that want to serve, economically, how they make this work is incredibly challenging. And I know it is like not politically popular to, as elected officials, to go, oh yeah, let's give ourselves a raise. But if we keep perpetuating that cycle of that race to the bottom, then it shuts out other people that want to be able to participate in this process. So that for me is the lens that I look at when every time this has come up, is it always makes me feel uncomfortable. There's no question about it. But then I think about the people who will never have an opportunity unless we actually make it economically possible for them to participate.
And if we don't have this conversation and the hard part of it saying, okay, I'll stand out and say, for self-respect, I should get minimum wage for 20 hours a week if I have that level of self-respect. I in my work, I get 4 times minimum wage. So every hour that I'm here or doing something for the city, I'm out 3 or 4 times that. And sure, that's okay today, maybe for me, but who do we want to have on the council? Do we want to have somebody that works for minimum wage on this council, and how would we ever get them here if we don't compensate them at a minimum wage level for what they're doing? So if I'm working at any service job in town here and paying $1,000 a month for a one-bedroom apartment, how can I take all those hours off unless I'm compensated at my minimum wage level? So you look at us, we're all not in that condition. And I think that if we want to look at the future, who do you want on council? Do you want people that want to be there and can be there? Or is it just those that are economically capable of being here? You know, I mean, generally, we're all 5 homeowners. In this case, not exactly today, but, you know, how many renters are represented by us? They don't, if they get on council, they leave. They don't stay long because it's hard to live on what we're paid and try to make rent and live on a lower wage. So again, when you bring up examples like Blue Lake or Ferndale or whatever, we'll take a look at how many recycled people are on those councils. I mean, they have to find people to do the job. So I don't want to be in a city where I have to reuse council members over and over again until nobody wants to serve. Look at Trinidad, Blue Lake, wherever. And I think part of it is that they're improperly compensated, and that's that town's problem.
I agree that the current pay structure very much economically limits who can afford to be on council, and that raising it still doesn't make it easy enough, but it could make it somewhat easier, and it can make it easier over time.
Absolutely.
And if we pass on this now, especially if we don't approve it at all, then we make it even harder in the future, which is what you're saying.
Exactly. I mean, I think about when I first got on council some time back, I had no idea how much council made. I just wanted to do the job. Well, I was passionate and much more of a workaholic than I am today. But when I realized that we got $319 a month prior to taxes, I thought, wow, that's one day's work for me. And so from then till now, that was 16 years. So over a 16-year period, we've somewhat doubled our wage.
And the cost of living.
As many times.
I'm self-employed, but I work 60 hours a week between this job and my other job. And I haven't lost any work, but what I do is I work very many hours in order to be able to do both fully.
Yeah, I mean, you know, me personally, I signed up for the public service aspect of it. So I know everyone has different needs and different motivations. I talk to people all the time over the last 18 months trying to get people, you know, of all income brackets in our community to be interested in running for council. And I don't think one time ever anyone has said, well, it doesn't pay enough. Every single time it's, your meetings are disasters. You're getting shut down by protesters. It's just like this, you know, crazy, why would I want to put myself through all of that? And it's, I mean, I don't know if like, if we got them up to minimum wage, like they're going to want to sit through 3 hours of public comment over a statue. Like, I don't know that that's really the deciding factor. So yeah, that's just how I feel about it.
Yeah, I mean, another point I just want to bring up that I think just goes back to like the equity issue for economics is that, you know, I'm very fortunate that I have vacation time. And as long as I've been on the council, I have used vacation time to do a lot of my city council duties. Anytime we have a daytime meeting, I'm using vacation time. Anytime I have, you know, have had a meeting on this homelessness council, I'm using my paid time off. That is something that people who work minimum wage jobs, whether it's retail or otherwise, do not have that luxury. And so if they are going to be able to participate and serve on this council, they're not necessarily going to have that luxury of using vacation time, which is basically money, to be able to fulfill their responsibility. So there is this other component, this hidden part of the work for those of us that are fortunate enough to have paid time off. That's subsidizing the work that's getting done, and not everyone is going to have that luxury. And I know some of the folks here, work, or have a small business. You don't have that luxury as well. So I think that's just another thing to consider.
What we have in the self-employment realm is Saturday and Sunday. So my neighbors go, "Do you work every day?" And I go, "I have to work every day, otherwise I can't get the work done. I just have to shift it around, We have, I'm in Eureka this morning. I start at 10, not 9. But normally we start at 9. So we start at 9, and now it's 10. And I had mentioned to somebody, I've been through 3 clothes changes and somebody's yard, in that time period. So it's not, I think the hardest thing is for people to understand that it's a real-time consuming thing, and anything we can do to make it easier for people to do the job. And if it's going to be, I don't know what's $60, $70 a month increase, then so be it.
So we are talking about $4,011 more a year if we take the increase.
Yes, for all 5 positions, that would be the total increase.
Yeah. Well, I think these guys have convinced me that, it's true. It should be like at least a minimum, like minimum wage type of thing. And I hear what you're saying, Councilmember Watson. People, you don't really run for this for the money. No. But once you've been here for a couple of years, then you start going, wait, what am I doing? And you start thinking about it, and you see the amount of work it takes and stuff. So I do get it. And we have had council members here who couldn't continue because they just couldn't make it economically. That has driven people to go get law degrees. So it's actually maybe a good incentive. Yeah.
So, yeah. Well, based on that, I'd like to make a motion that we take the 5% increase for the 2 years. It's a $735.50 total. Was there anything else that you needed me to state?
You need to introduce the ordinance.
Yeah, you need to read it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll just throw in, is it okay? Real quick. I'll throw in really quick. So yeah, for all the reasons I've stated, I'm going to vote no. But if you guys approve it, thanks for the raise. Seriously, I feel like, I completely understand your arguments, and I definitely don't disagree. And I really feel like, another opportunity for, if this is something that we're really, passionate about, is our travel budget. That's something that's not restricted. So, if you're spending money on, going places, and you use up your budget, which is like 1 conference a year, that's just another opportunity that we can help future council members, be more enticed.
Right. There used to be bigger travel budgets. There was like $5,000 at every council member.
Yeah, that sounds a lot better. I like that.
Yeah.
Can we make a motion for that?
And it is true. I think it's just good for the public to know that I can speak for myself, and I can almost speak for every council member up here, is that we spend our own money doing this job. We buy things, we do things, we can't help it, but, just in our service positions, we maybe buy somebody a cup of coffee, but even more than that, we just do stuff, so.
Keep a car that runs.
Well, there's that, but.
So let me go back and redo this motion. So I'm going to identify the amount of salary increase, which is 5% per each year of the 2 years. Increase that
And just read beginning midway down and number 2, introduce ordinance number 1531.
and introduce ordinance
And
number 1531, amending the Arcata Municipal Code Title II Administration, Chapter 1 Council, Section 2010, Salaries of City Council Members.
And then keep reading down to the recommendation.
And waive reading.
And waive reading of the text. Let's see, gosh, I was reading it from above. Waive reading of the ordinance text and consent to read by title only. Okay.
Okay, I'll second.
So, any member of the public who would like to come on this item, please come forward. Seeing none, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
No.
Opposed? All right.
No.
Oral and written communications. This time is provided for people to address the council or submit written communications on matters not on the agenda. At the conclusion of all oral and written communications, the council may respond to statements. Any request that requires council action will be set by the council for a future agenda referred to staff. Speakers addressing the council will be limited to 3 minutes. So, anyone who would like to speak on an item not on the agenda, please come forward. Seeing none, I will close the public comment. Right, council and staff reports. Staff?
Just a quick reminder that Friday night is Arts Arcata, and at the Sanctuary, our strategic arts and culture plan will be featured. If you're out and about and want to stop by the Sanctuary and check that out.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to Dobie Class for helping me with a presentation about our wastewater treatment plant, to Natalie Arroyo's natural resource conflict class. And so he and I presented the conflict or non-conflict about the wastewater treatment plant. And Mark Andre also backed us up in case we needed him. And then today at HTA, we are on a track to go with all zero emission buses by 2030. And so that means we've got to start buying either all electric or hydrogen fuel buses. And so we're trying to figure that out, how we use both or just one, and we're learning. So thank you.
I have a few things. I attended a really interesting business mixer up at HSU. It was actually at the D Street Community Center, and it was the kind of awesome business competition. It was the kickoff of that, and they had the business department there talking about their entrepreneurial programs. I just got really excited about it. I just felt like these guys are doing some great things. They're getting people to do their elevator talks, and they're really getting community people to work together with students. And I just felt like what they are promoting up there in the business department is admirable, and we should all pay attention to it. And you can look up that awesome business. There was a guy gave a talk last night. If I didn't have to read all this, I would have gone. But so anyway, it was just very exciting to see it and hear about it, and it was almost for me just a great reminder of how much I love HSU, and some of the students there were also just saying and how important they feel to this city, and I thought that was a really kind of it was just a pleasant exchange. And then I wanted to remind people, because I was a little taken aback, I didn't realize that daylight savings time is this weekend. So it's Saturday night or Sunday morning, depending on when you get around to it. But we got to move our clocks ahead. And so that's March 8th. It just feels like it's earlier to me than it ever had been. But so we'll be moving our clocks ahead this Saturday night.
Okay, just a couple brief things. I'm sorry I wasn't at our last meeting. I was in Sacramento for the governor's State of the State. The governor made his State of the State focus solely on homelessness, which is pretty unprecedented. and was pleased to see some of our recommendations from the Homelessness Council get incorporated. Let's see, but one of the things that he really highlighted was the importance of accountability and funding being tied to results for local government. So more information probably will come down about what that looks like, but I thought that was an important thing to highlight. Also attended a listening session that Congressman Huffman hosted with some local service providers to weigh in on how the federal government can also be supporting our efforts around homelessness. And yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
So we all attended the Chamber of Commerce Awards dinner, and there's some excellent businesses that were recognized as they should be for the great contributions that they're making to the community. And I attended a meeting of the RCA board, and one of the things that we're going to be arranging is meeting with PG&E staff and getting a tour of the plant to talk about avoiding future public safety shutdowns. And dates of future meetings. So the suggestion is to cancel the regular city council meeting for April 5th, 2020.
15th.
I'm sorry, April 15th of 2020. So we haven't taken action on that yet, have we?
You have not taken action on this. This has come up. I came up with the speaker earlier today, but I think the intent of the council was actually to cancel the meeting in honor of David Josiah Lawson. But that is a discussion certainly for the council to have. Either way, I mean, there will be events. We will continue to reach out and see if there's a way that we can support the events that will be happening in the community around that third anniversary. But I think the intent of the council was to actually cancel in honor. So that is at your discretion. We could certainly have a meeting and adjourn in honor too. There's other ways that we could recognize him on that day, whatever the will of the council is.
Yeah, and that week, I mean, it works for me because that week I have a personal issue I need to attend to, and so it's very likely I will be gone the entire week.
Yeah, I support canceling it in honor of David Josiah Lawson.
I also support canceling it in honor of David Josiah.
Do we need a motion?
Right, and I support canceling it.
So, in honor of David Josiah Lawson, I move that we cancel the April 15th, 2020 meeting.
Okay, I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any public comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And those closed session reports, and we are adjourned.